All right, good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, September 3rd. Hope everyone had a good Labor Day weekend, and shout out to all the kids starting school today and all of their teachers and other staff as we start this morning. Please join the board and myself in the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. We will have the moment of silence and then the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, please let the record reflect that all members are here in person, present and accounted for. Lee, it's great to have you here in person with us today. Appreciate your efforts that you've made to join us remotely. So we are going to go ahead and go on to moving to approving the agenda. Dr. Williams, do we have any additions?
Madam Chair, we have no changes to the agenda from us anyway.
Okay, then I'm looking for a motion. All right.
A correction here. I'm live in person. I'm not via Teams from 150 Division Streets.
Oh, well,
East.
the good news is the
Yes.
printed one, it has it correct.
It doesn't get any better than this.
That's right.
live, I don't look
Yes,
that much
live and in
better
person.
than-
Well, the one for today has you in the right place, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
Do you want to move approval of the agenda?
I certainly will. I'll move it.
I'll second that with a welcome back, Lee.
All right, all right.
Well, I didn't leave you. I've been watching,
No, you've been
and taking
participating.
part and
You've been doing a
so
great job.
forth. It's once in a while when you make a comment and I'm watching remotely, I can audible a response, including cuss words. I can't do that here.
Well, it's always good to, unless you're muted, to be careful of those. That is for sure. Okay, seeing no further discussion on approving the agenda, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And just for the public, we've got a pretty jam-packed day today. We have both our meeting, including the elections update and the budget and some watershed, among other things. And then we will also be having a work session afterwards on our jail justice center and starting to look at open appointments. But we're kicking it off with the consent agenda. I hadn't heard from anybody about wanting to remove an item. Does anybody want to further discuss something or looking for a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll
Commissioner
move the
Bertram.
consent agenda with the caveat that for E7, I did ask the last time that was on for a spreadsheet of the scanning cost, and Mike's going to get that to me. But the last time it came up, I asked. I'm not going to pull it from the consent agenda, but
Yep.
just to make the note, we are going to get the spreadsheet
Great.
on the, yep.
All right.
So I'll move the consent agenda.
Okay. Is there a second, or does any other member?
Second, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Notch. For the public, know that we, as you just heard from Commissioner Bertram, we do look at all of these closely and carefully. Seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Bye. Oh, no.
You know, I think the start of school, even though it's been a long time since we've had anybody in our house that was at one, it must be getting me this morning.
Oh.
All right, well, thank you, members. Okay, we're going to turn this over to Randy Schreifels, the Auditor Treasurer, for presentation on the elections update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today with Laura Laudenbach, the Election Director of the Elections and License Centers, and Roxanne Garrett, the Election Supervisor. I think this should be getting up on your screen hopefully shortly, but we're going to go through a few things, the primary recap, what we do for equipment testing, and post-election review.
You got to be the color of Mike's shirt there for a moment.
There we go. Light green, that's good. Then some of the new laws and some of the new changes that are significant, we're going to go through those, talk a little bit about the 2024 general election, some election administration, and then some possible legislative changes. And of course, we'll take questions, and if there's something else you want to go into, we can do that also. With that,
And
I'll
Randy,
turn it
before
over
you
to
all
Rox.
keep going, and thank you and welcome, we really appreciate your work. Just for the people who might be watching this, if you're seeing some oddities with the screen, there's some technical difficulties, but we're going to continue until and unless they tell us that you cannot hear anything. Okay, back over to you.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Roxanne, and she'll
All right,
move
well,
on.
thank you for having us. We'll start out with the recap of the 2024 primary election, which was held August 13th. In an election process, we have many departments that take part in helping us with that, and we've noted on the first slide here some of those departments, which is the Attorney's Office, our office, Building Facilities, Highway, Human Resources, Information, IT area, Procurement, Property Services, and the Sheriff's Department. So we get help from all those departments, which is really awesome. It makes things go a lot smoother. Just to cover a couple things with the city and townships, we had training in June and July. Part of our training is held online. The clerk and head judges are held in person. Over the training period, we trained 1,450 election judges. Now, some of those attended. We have trainings for the clerks, election judges, head judges, and the healthcare outreach. So it's possible that maybe one of these election judges took off all 3 or 4 of those. So we did have 9 direct voting locations, and we have 72 election day polling places. And with that, we've got 21 mail ballot precincts. Those precincts that are mail ballot, our office at the center is their polling place on election day. In addition to all the county staff that helped us out with the primary election, we had hired 20 temporary staff through a temp agency to help us out with the absentee process and some of the absentee locations. Our next slide that we'll cover is a comparison between the 2024 primary and the 2022 primary. Our turnout for the 2024 was 15%, and for 2022, it was 23%. Part of that is due to the number of races that were on, or the offices that were on the primary election. There was more in the 2022 election than there was for the 2024. The city of St. Cloud did have the mayor race and the council on their ballot, but for the most of the rest of the county, it was really just the U.S. rep and U.S. senator on those ballots. Our next slide that we'll cover is a comparison between the 2020. Our next slide we'll cover is a comparison with the election day turnout and absentee. So in 2022, we had 1,692 that voted on election day, and absentee we had almost 5,000. In 2024, we saw that turnout to be a little over 10,000, almost 11,000 for election day, and almost 4,000 for absentee. As we work through the election process, a big part of our process is doing the equipment testing. We do have a preliminary testing that is done on all the equipment. So before every election, the election officials test all the equipment to be used in the election. We have a pre-marked test decks. Ballots are marked with assisting voting devices from our pre-marked test deck. The machine totals are compared and with the predetermined results once we run them all through the ballot tabulators. Our results need to be 100% accurate without any errors in order to move on. After we do the preliminary testing, so for the preliminary, we test all styles, which for the general could be up to 150 different ballot styles. So, but once we get to the public accuracy test, that is open to the public. That must occur within a certain time frame, and it must take place at least 3 days before the equipment is used. Notice needs to be published at least 48 hours. As I said, it is open to the public. And we need to have election judges with party balance at the public accuracy test.
Excuse me for 1 second, Roxanne.
Sure.
Just for the public, because the slides are not up on our screen right now because of technical difficulties, you can find them on our website, though, in the board packet. You can see all of these. You're doing a great job, so people should be able to verbally follow up, but some people need to see it. So on our website, you can find all that. Commissioner Bertram.
Do you want to take questions during the presentation or at the end?
We can entertain questions whenever you would like. So
Okay,
that-
Madam Chair, then I'm just curious, when you do the local election testing in all the precincts, do you know, does the county know when they're happening, and do you do it in unison with them? So you're kind of like overseeing them?
So we do, at the county level, we do all of the different ballot styles, and then we send a pre-marked test deck to all the municipalities. They're responsible for doing their own testing. During the testing process, they do notify us as to when they're going to do their public accuracy test, because we do test the modem of results at that time as well to make sure that we test the whole process. So we are in communication with them, and they do keep us aware of what, when and where they are doing their public accuracy test. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
And for the public, there's a standardized mechanism. So even if we're not in the same place, everybody is doing the same test. They have
That
to
is
perform the same,
Yes.
go through the same protocols. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. Thank you.
The next slide we'll talk about is a post-election review. So this is after the election has taken place, the county canvassing board of the county, we do what we call a post-election review, and and that is dependent on the number of precincts that we test or review after the election is dependent on the number of registered voters in the county. So we are between the 50,000 and the 100,000 registered voters. So what that means for Stearns County is that we test 3 precincts, which is required for the post-election review. And at the county canvassing board, the precincts are selected by lot by the 2024 General Canvass Board. The post-election review is held at the Stearns County Service Center, and that will be held on November 21st. So at the first post-election review, we determine the date and the time from the August canvass board. Once we get to the general canvassing board, that's when we pick the 3 precincts that will be tested for the post-election review.
Madam
have
Chair,
another question? Go ahead.
which 3 did you?
Well, that will be.
That will
the canvassing.
I think he's
board
asking
at
from the
general
primary.
will pick those 3.
Do you do it for the primary?
No,
At the primary, we just pick the date and the time.
Got it.
And then at
it's
the
so small.
canvassing board for the general, that's when we pick the 3
Got it.
precincts.
Thank you.
So one more slide, I think, before I turn it over to Laura for the post-election review. That is also open to the public. Election judges with political party ballots must assist in the procedure. All ballots from the selected precincts must be hand-counted for each federal race. So we only do the federal races on the post-election review. For this November, we'll be doing the president, the United States senator, and the United States representative. We need to validate the results that are compiled from our equipment, which is the DS200, our 450, and then our DS950. Any questions
Odds
before
are
I?
that means that we will have at least one in the western part because there's one representative and one on the eastern part because there's a second rep, right? We've got 2 different ones, just
We
so
do,
people
we do.
can feel confident in both.
Correct. Any questions before I move it on to?
Any other questions so far? Okay, keep going.
All right. So in 2023, there were several legislative changes to the current election laws. And the first one, I'm just going to give you a few of the ones that changed, but one of the first ones that we get a lot of questions on is the automatic voter registration. So starting in June of this year, if you apply for your driver's license or an ID, or just go and renew your driver's license or change your address, you are automatically put into a queue to be registered to vote. Now, this only applies to voters who provide U.S. citizenship documentation. So if you visit our license centers and you have your U.S. birth certificate or U.S. passport on file, then your name is sent, or your record will be sent along to the state's records, and which more checks and balances are put into place. If you decide to opt out of this, so after you are automatically registered to vote, you'll get a postcard in the mail, and then you can opt out to automatic voter registration by sending that postcard back or calling our office. Another law that changed was providing assistance to voters. Previously, that was limited, and now a voter or a person can assist as many voters as they want to. There's no longer a limit on how many voters you can assist. Even a candidate on a ballot can now assist voters. That's probably the biggest change to that rule. But the biggest thing with assisting voters is they can't influence a vote. So they can only read the question, help fill in the oval if needed, but in no way form can they influence who the voter is voting for. And then even whoever they vote for, that information is still private information.
Commissioner Persky.
I just wanted to
Yeah, I
interrupt
do have a
on a
question.
question because I think there's a lot of misinformation across the state, maybe across the country as well. And that is with the driver's license. Just because you get a driver's license doesn't mean you're going to be on the voter registry. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
And then the other thing would be, even if you would come in with a driver's license and say that you would be a citizen and you are not, and you would then try to attempt same day, we would then be checking up on that to see that you had illegally voted, correct?
Correct.
So a driver's license does not allow you to legally vote, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Some folks are with the misunderstanding that just because you have a driver's license, you can
Oh,
vote.
no.
No,
Yep.
okay.
Exactly. Yeah. And they, again, with ID for All, they have to provide citizenship documents to even get into our system. So, and then before it even gets to us, there's several checks that happen at the state level. So,
Thank you.
And because you're on the assistance, a couple questions that
Yeah.
I think probably most, if not all of us have gotten, has been if somebody is assisting and the person asks, I want to vote in the city council race, where is that? Can the person assisting show them that? Or what can they do? And then the second part of that is if they are able to do that, again, for the public, they are not able to point to a particular, they can't help them decide how to vote.
they can't help them decide. So what they would just read the ballot verbatim, and the vote, it's still up to the voter's responsibility to identify who they want to vote for.
So if somebody is coming up with them, they're reading it to them,
Yep,
they do not get to in any way
influence, correct.
influence them.
No influence.
And it's important that an election judge would know if somebody saw something. Commissioner Persky and then Commissioner Bertram.
Yeah,
I
Madam
think
Chair,
you
and
answered.
Randy, Laura, and this is state statute, correct? I mean, we can't interfere, we can't change with this,
Right.
make it an exception on this process here.
Right.
Right.
No.
Okay.
Commissioner Bertram?
Madam Chair, just two thoughts. I mean, we know how this goes. I mean, obviously, if you're assisting someone, they're somewhat limited. I mean, that's a fuzzy area. And again, right or wrong, I mean, we're not, all of us are aware enough that someone that's being assisted might, be confused or whatever, and it's going to happen. I mean, again, that's, doesn't make it bad, but it's a reality. And then the one, and again, it's a state statute, but what I found to be interesting, I didn't know that until this report, that an assistant is not required to be an eligible voter and can be younger than 18. I just thought that was odd, but
Yeah, they don't have to be
I'm probably
an
odd, I
eligible
guess.
voter, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So grandma maybe wants to bring her grandson in to help
Right.
read the ballot for her maybe, or some situation like that, so.
And actually, Madam Chair, probably people that are younger are maybe more informed than people that are of age.
Any other questions on those two? So
Some
another-
older might beg to differ, right? Yeah. Okay, keep going.
So another law that changed during 2023 legislation is the absentee and direct voting. So previously in 2022, you were only, we would only have direct balloting 7 days before the election. And we are now are able to do 18 days of direct balloting, so. All right, we'll catch up our slides here.
Yeah, this is great. So for those of you who are in the room, I can't tell if that one's on. I can tell that one isn't. If if you need to move to the side, you might be able to see this one. They're working on the other one.
So that was one of the biggest changes is the direct voting for 18 days. Additional days are required for this 2024 election. And then one other thing is that we have 7 temporary pop-up locations that will offer direct balloting. And we'll cover those in one of the next slides. So for the additional hours required, previously it was just the Saturday before the election, and now we are going to offer direct voting or absentee voting 2 Saturdays before the election, and then actually the Sunday before the election too. The Tuesday before will be open until 7, and then the Monday before, this was already in place, we are open until 5. The Saturday hours went from 10 to 3 to 9 to 3, so an additional hour there.
And Madam Chair, is that at those
Mr.
7
Bertram.
remote locations and here?
So the direct locations cities will offer, they won't be open that Sunday, but they'll be open the 7 days before, so. And the Saturday before, yeah.
And so to your question, the city of St. Cloud has been doing it at the Lake George
Yeah.
one. And while that's not on the list, that will be where instead of this building, that's where people would
Yeah,
go.
it's on this list, Terrell. It's the second one down. So yeah, you're
Oh, the
right.
Lake George Municipal I just,
Yeah,
I was looking for St. Cloud.
I know.
Yeah. So the top 3 have all the ballots. So that's our service center and Lake George. And they have full 46 days, so September 20th. And then Melrose also will have it, but that'll just be the 7 days before.
And could one of you speak to, has Benton or Sherburne figured out how people who live either in St. Cloud or perhaps Sauk Rapids don't have to go to either Foley or to Elk River?
So they have chosen to not have the
Still.
St. Cloud ballots at the Lake George complex this election.
Same,
So,
okay,
Yep.
all right.
So those voters would.
But they're not
either-
doing anything on their side of the river that would
Right.
be
Yep.
closer
So
for
those
people.
voters would either have to contact Benton County or Sherburne County for the
All right.
St. Cloud precincts.
We get asked questions, or at least I
Yeah.
get asked this a lot. Commissioner
Chair?
Persky.
Yep. So what I'm seeing is that then Melrose will have ballots available 1 week before the election.
Yes.
And that will be for any of the townships on the west side of the county.
Actually,
that-
all of Stearns
the-
County.
well,
All
all
of
of them.
Stearns County, yep. So the 46 days before the election, Service Center location over in Way Park, and then the St. Cloud's Lake George complex will have all of the ballots, and both locations will be open all of the hours, including the Sunday before. Melrose will have all of the ballots, but just the 7 days before the election, with the exception of that Sunday. And then the other cities listed on this list, Cold Spring, Painesville, Sartell, Sauk Center, St. Augusta, St. Joseph, will just have their municipal ballots for those 7 days.
Really appreciate the work that you all have been doing with all those municipalities. It makes it easier for a number of people. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Persky.
Randy, of course, has this expansion of availability come at a considerable cost?
Yeah, it's hours, right, that you have to cover, and I guess especially we don't like the Sunday. You know, our group was even lobbying to not have absenteeing on Monday because there's just so much to do before an election.
Absolutely.
You have to absentee too, so there's no break here. So to get caught up was always a challenge.
Okay.
So.
Do you have additional coffee pots and coffee?
Can we come bring coffee to people? Maybe that's what we'll have to do.
Right. So for some of the legislative changes, again, on absentee returns, this used to be a cutoff at 3 p.m. on Election Day. You could bring your ballot back. Even the drop box located at the Waite Park location would close at 3 p.m. This year, you can actually bring a ballot back until 8 p.m., including through our drop box. Now, if you're returning somebody else's ballot, you have to come into the building to the West Service Center, and you need to bring that up to the second floor. We do record that process, so.
Would you describe then what impact that will have on those ballots getting counted and timing and staff? Just walk so people hear it.
So it's a lot, even for we did have a pretty low turnout for the PNP and the primary, but we did have ballots dropped off all the way until 8 p.m. and those have to be processed before you'll see some of the results come through. Now with the general, obviously we expect a pretty high turnout, especially with pretty busy ballots throughout the entire county. So it may delay results, but we do have some processes in place where we're hoping to have several teams be able to process those ballots as they come back even at 8 p.m.
Thank you.
At the close of business on the 19th day is when we actually can start opening any of the absentee ballots that come back. So that used to be a 7-day timeline. And then at the 19th day, basically you can no longer claw back a ballot, which means in previous elections, if you voted absentee and we hadn't opened the signature envelopes yet, you could say, I actually want to vote for somebody else, and we would spoil your absentee ballot and then start the process over. It's a little bit of work to do it, but with this legislation, you can no longer claw back your ballot 19 days before the election.
So it would be fair to say this law change truly makes it a voting period, not a voting day.
Right.
I mean, people can go earlier, but if they voted between that 19th day and the election, they're done voting.
Yes.
It's not just that last day. Okay.
Yep. Any other questions on that? Pass it to Randy.
Okay, so election administration, earlier in the year, Secretary of State had some numbers on election administration, both for Minnesota and nationwide.
And Randy, I'm supposed to ask you to talk more closely in it. Thank you.
So we're seeing a lot of turnover in the election administration. 3 in 10 local election officials plan to retire before the 24 election. 40% of them are considering retirement. Also, this was a presentation done early in 24, so it's a little dated. Nearly 1 in 5 local election officials plan to leave their position before 24. 33 counties have a new lead election person in place since 2020. And nationwide, 40% of the election directors across the country has changed since 2020. So pretty big turnover in election administration. For Stearns County, we have 75 of them when you look at the cities, townships, and schools. 63% of them have changed since 2020, so that's a very big number, obviously. And then 6 of the clerks are up for election this fall. Next slide. So again, in Stearns County, that's a big turnover and a lot of experience leaving. And of course, we spend a lot of time training them, but your best training is really going through a couple cycles, right? So anyway, this is a breakdown by city, township, and school of the change since 2020.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bertram.
And obviously, Randy, that puts a lot of burden on the county. And again, the chair said earlier, the partnership between you and those local municipalities, school board, or school districts are really important, but certainly puts a heck of a burden. And then the constant changing of the statutes and
Yeah.
what do you have to do, how do you have to do it? I think a lot of that has to do a little bit with the people stepping out of it because it's become so complicated that, they're afraid of.
Yeah, I think complication.
Some retiring too.
Yeah, it's, a lot of these folks, certainly auditors I know, they're a little more introverted. They take a lot of pride in their job, and now they're being questioned. And by the way, the school district is paying more, so why don't I just go do that? And that's what happens, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so a couple legislative things, as I know you guys at AMC are going to be looking at legislative proposals. Right now, the candidate filing for the late filing period ends on primary day. So that's a busy time for us because we have to enter those in immediately at the same time that we're running an election. So the hope is to move that date to a different date. And I think earlier would be fine, later, any day, but not that day, right? So just administratively, that's very difficult, so. The other one is the presidential nominating primary. So right now, every party has a ballot. And of course, you have to stock a lot of ballots, right? primaries, typically you put multiple parties on one ballot, and that's what we're looking for. Is administratively, to save some dollars, we would like to have them all on one ballot. So I don't know if there's anything else you guys have to say on that. The other thing we didn't put on here is, that did cause some issues, as I mentioned earlier, is having the new law allowing the candidate to be in the polling place for assistance to voter on election day. Does cause some issues, although I think we've kind of understand the law a little better and applying it and kind of tone that down some. So I don't know if there's any appetite to change that, but it of course did cause some issues, so.
So that's something that's come up in your group, I think, for several of us. Our eyebrows went up when we first heard that.
Yeah.
Have you all talked any more about changing the date of the regular primary, the state primary? Because it's so late.
I think the regular primary date is fine. It's just that filing date.
Okay.
That late filing ends on the primary date, and that's just causes a lot of administrative burden to have that on there.
Sounds like an unintended consequence in some ways, so
Yeah.
that should be a good fix.
Yeah. And that's all we have. If you have any other questions.
Commissioner Persky?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, we've got a good number of townships that are mail-in ballot only, is that correct? And some folks are concerned about that, but also just looking at the populations, I think and I just got that written down, I think Zion Township I got is 229 and Ashley Township has 247. How many registered voters are actually in those townships? I mean, would it probably be half of that? Just if you take out the number, John. My point is that it is probably very economical to be using those ballots mail-in opposed to with such few voters as having the polls open from that entire morning till the end. So
I believe that's one of their considerations, right? Is just the cost of it. Now, the county, we don't take sides on this.
No.
It's something we offer. It's a local decision for them to make, but certainly economically, to have a polling place, you're paying for workers, you're paying for equipment. It does become a cost issue, right? I mean,
Yeah.
elections are not cheap, so, yeah.
Commissioner Bertram?
On that point, Madam Chair, the way I do understand this, right, only the people that are registered voters get a ballot.
Right.
So the mail-in ballot is not to every resident in the jurisdiction, it's only to the registered, right? And then remind us, if you wouldn't mind, at some point, which 7 of those, I think you said there were 7 of them that are mail-in only?
We have
Not-
21 mail
Or
ballot
21.
Most of them.
You don't need to do them verbatim, but just send us,
Sure.
a
we
list.
can-
I'd be
and then
curious,
we
because
can
I know
put
that changes.
registered voters
Right.
too.
So we have 21 mail ballot precincts, and our list of registered voters is right around 5,000 for all 21 mail ballot precincts. But we can send you the list and the registered voters for each one.
And then-
Commissioner Nas- oh, do you-
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, then you have obviously the 21 jurisdictions, and you've got, of course, and absentee ballots are a whole different thing from the mail-in ballots. That's,
Right.
and,
Right.
and the percentage of the mail-in ballot, the numbers, I'd be curious, and then the number of absentee ballots, that percentage, the comparison of those two, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, we,
Yeah, it'd be good to get those. Our highest precincts, percentage voting precincts are the mail only. So that's
right.
always an interesting thing.
Yep.
And people, just because they're registered doesn't mean they can't register yet, right? They can still register an absentee even if they're not registered and get a ballot
Right.
in those mail ballot precincts.
Just an observation, Madam Chair. I mean, I voted every election in my life, and just remembering mom and dad going voting. I mean, it used to be, it was an honor to go to vote. My son, to this day, does not want to vote any other way but in person. He wants to get that feel. But how we have evolved, and I'm not saying that's necessarily good or bad, but boy, I mean, you had that on your calendar and you went to vote and you were there within that period of time, and much more simpler times. And of course, we've evolved to this now. And again, no judgment, but it certainly has changed, and you know that firsthand.
And certainly those multiple ways, and a number of people put them in the mail and a number of people come in person. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Commissioner Notch?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, does that include small municipalities too? The 20,
Yep, it does, yeah.
the really small cities?
Townships and small cities, yeah.
And the limit's still 400, right? Or did they change that?
Well, for townships is any size.
Right, but for
A
Then
city.
small,
City.
City's
Yeah.
400, yep.
right.
Thank you.
And I know there's been conversation about changing that since that's been in state statute for a long time. Don't know that that will happen. Okay, any other questions?
And election day was much more, when I was a kid, and that happened one time. The elections at the local township was a very social event. And the election judges practically knew everybody that came in. And now it's, life has certainly changed. I don't know if it was better or worse back then, but it was certainly different.
Yeah, the precinct I used to vote in, I would say some of the color commentary that would go on really shouldn't have gone on.
Yeah.
Had to say, don't think you could say that out loud. All right. Well, please thank your staff and our ongoing partners, and we know this is a lot. And, if there are additional things we can do to show our support, coffee we can do, but just let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and
Yep.
we'll appreciate another update when you're ready for it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Great. Okay, I think we've got time to do environmental services before we take our break. We've got a couple watershed items, if I recall, Sauk River. So Becky, really appreciate that you're here, and Commissioner Notch, thank you for your service on that board.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Becky Schlorf, Environmental Services Division Supervisor. So I have two items for you today. The first one is for the approval of the work plan and grant submittal for the Sauk River Watershed Collaborative's fiscal year 25 CRP, or Conservation Reserve Program, State Incentive Program. We are the fiscal agent for the collaborative, so we do need this board's approval for the grant submittal. The work plan has been reviewed by the policy committee of the collaborative and recommended for approval by each partner board. This grant is for $100,000 for incentive funds for the federal program, and it goes through 2026. It is a work plan that is going to pay a little bit higher incentive for the priority areas identified in the water plan or watershed plan. And then, so that's $500 per acre, and then a lower incentive of $100 per acre for those outside of the target areas. And then the 10% of the grant can be used to reimburse us as fiscal agent for our administrative costs. So we will bill back the collaborative for that. Any questions?
Commissioner Notch?
Oh,
Did you have
thanks,
something
Madam Chair.
first?
No, I was just going to add to that. Part of this too, I think, Becky, if I'm correct, was to try and get people convinced that it's a good thing. An additional incentive beyond the CRP incentive to get individuals to maybe make that final step to put their land in a, conservation program, especially in those high priority areas.
Yeah.
Which sometimes, the landowner might look at and say, well, that's not enough to make me want to do this. I think this is kind of another carrot to maybe get them to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a one-time upfront payment.
Commissioner Bertram?
And Madam Chair, as I'm continuing learning these things and programs and grants and everything, so the way this works is FSA would pay whatever they're paying in that particular area, $100, $200 an acre, and then this would be $500 in addition to that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm not familiar with how FSA pays with their program, but the landowner would receive their payment per that contract. And then once our partner verifies that that contract is signed and in place, then this collaborative would pay a one-time upfront payment incentive for that.
And can you talk about where those
FSA
funds come from?
These funds, let me think here. They changed it. So the Board of Water and Soil Resources original fiscal year 24 pilot for CRP incentive money came from a different pot of money, but I believe it's still from that ballot the Clean Water ballot, Clean Water Legacy funds.
So it's
So-
coming from state tax.
From state, yes. Yeah.
So what,
Commissioner
Madam
Bertram.
Chair, and either Commissioner Notch or you, so what I'm just curious about, because I bet there's a lot of producers that probably aren't maybe even familiar with this, or I don't know how they find out about it, but, so if, let's just say let's use $100. CRP, from what I've seen, is pretty low, and you'd know better than I, Steve, you know what that is. But it's a $3,000 max. So let's just say you go, if you have 50 acres and you go $500 an acre, you don't get $25,000.
Commissioner Bertram, Madam Chair.
Or am I reading that wrong?
The work plan is for the targeted priority areas, $500 per acre with a $15,000 maximum contract. The non-priority areas will receive $100 per acre with a $3,000 maximum.
So a 1,500, I'm trying to get what per acre, let's say, let's use 50 acres as an average, or not an average, but just an example. So if you've got 50 acres and you get $500 per acre, that's
Capped at-
25,000.
Capped at
capped
15,000.
But it's capped at 15, so really at the end, you're going to get, at 50 acres, you're going to get $15,000?
Correct.
Yep. So $15,000 divided by 50 acres, that's $30 an acre? It sounds,
It
you know,
would-
the program.
It would be less than, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not debating it, I'm just, it's not as much as what, when you tell me $500 an acre, now you got my attention. When you tell me $30 an acre, it's like, it's okay, but
So Commissioner Notch and then Commissioner Persky.
But what they would probably do, Jeff, is probably only allocate the acres where they'd probably maximize
Right.
the dollars, what they'd probably do, which is a lot of acre, for a lot of these projects, that would be a pretty good acreage already. 30 acres at $500 an acre.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Persky?
Madam Chair, I was going to ask a similar question or make a similar statement, because we want to be prioritizing those areas that are most vulnerable to affecting the water. And so, I mean, if you're abutting a stream or a creek or a wetland, obviously that's an area we want to protect, opposed to some highland that's, not an issue at all. So by all means, we want to target those problematic areas.
Commissioner
potentially,
Bertram.
Madam Chair, you could have the 50 acres, but 10 of those 50 would be the high, where you'd get the $500, which that would be an incentive on those 10 acres. You still would have 50 acres in CRP, but the other 40 wouldn't be a part of the bigger plan.
They'd probably be on $100.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Schlorf.
The priority areas for this watershed plan are minor watershed areas. So it's a little bit different than the North Fork, which does do some targeting along riparian areas. So in this case, the entire acreage might be in the priority area versus the North Fork, where just the riparian area might be.
But the incentive is only for a small portion. I mean, there's some assistance here if somebody wants to do that. It's just not going to
Yeah.
be for all of the land.
Yes.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not what the goal is, nor is there enough money.
And I would assume that
Commissioner Bertram.
the soil and water folks obviously spread the word, and
Yeah.
there's ways of getting this out to the public.
Correct, and we did talk at our last, one of our last meetings about the FSA has a newsletter that they send out electronically and getting it in there. So yes, well, our partners will be working on getting that word out.
Commissioner
And
Notch.
the soil and water are part of the collaborative, so they're Todd County, Stearns County, so they're all, kind of getting the same message out there.
Right, those committees are made up of the counties and the soil and water boards. Very good point to be
Yeah, this
bringing up.
collaborative is 9
Yep,
entities, if I
because it
remember
includes the
right.
watershed district.
Right. And so you're asked today, oops, sorry, Commissioner Notch, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I was just going to say I'll move the recommended action for the
Okay.
incentive
Second
program.
it.
Great, so we have a motion and a second to approve the work plan and the grants submitted for the fiscal year 25 CRP State Incentive Program for the Sauk River Watershed Collaborative. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. All right, it's approved. Okay, next
Okay.
item.
So the next item is just for approval of a work plan amendment for the fiscal year '24 CRP incentive program. This pot of money was much smaller, $30,000. This work plan had originally targeted Getchell Creek, and the partners are not receiving a lot of interest for that area. It's landowner willingness. And so this work plan, the policy committee members recommended each partner approve an amendment for this work plan to actually mirror the fiscal year '25 that is being applied for. This way it will help them market and have some consistency amongst the programs and less confusion, and also hopefully the ability to use the dollars available and enroll some acres, more acres.
Okay, looking for a motion to approve the work plan amendment.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Looking for
Second.
Okay, motion from Commissioner or comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, that's approved.
Okay, thank you.
The public is probably not aware how much work goes into this. Staff, partners, electeds, it is pretty remarkable, and hopefully we're getting to learn a lot from this particular one that we can apply to other projects. Please pass on thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Becky.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a quick break, and then we will return for the administrative items.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, all right. We are back up. Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have two items regarding housing. One is the HRA annual levy, which the board approves, and then the second one is the appropriation to the Housing Trust Fund, and I think Neil is here to tell us about both of those.
Good morning,
Mr.
Madam
Pardee.
Chair, Commissioners. I'm here before you today to ask for our annual levy request. The HRA is asking for $525,000 for our next levy period. This is an increase of approximately $70,000 over the previous year, and let me explain why. We've seen substantial increase in the number of households that we're serving fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year end 2024. 2023, we served 221 households. Fiscal year 2024, we served 301 households. Our levy dollars per household in 2023 was $2,041. Our levy request for 2024 is $1,744 per household. Let me share some statistics. I know every year some questions are asked, so I came much better prepared than I have in past. 81% of the Section 8 households that we serve in Stearns County are at or below 30% of area median income. And what I mean by that is that these individuals, these households, their average annual income is $21,210. And in Stearns County, you would have to earn an income of approximately $45,000 to afford an affordable two-bedroom apartment. And that's typically right around $900 a month. 82% of the households with Section 8 that are receiving Section 8 assistance are also receiving other forms of assistance. Most welfare, food stamps, so substantial amount of assistance going to 82% of the households that we serve in the county. 39% of all the households that we serve in the county, HUD pays $501 of their total rent. So the way the program works is if they have zero income, HUD pays for 100% of their rent. And then it's prorated accordingly if they were to earn any income. We continue to see this go up substantially. Our per unit cost per household fiscal year end 2023 was $667. If we look at this when I started 6 years ago, that number was $467. The reason for this is that landlords are in a much better position today than they were 6 years ago to continually increase their rents. And we're seeing substantial rent increases, anywhere from 5 to 15% rent increases over the last 6 years. And they're in a market today that they can continue to do that. They can continue to increase the rents because occupancies are at their highest levels they have been in many, many years. We are seeing landlords on a daily basis completely opt out of the program. And I've said this before, this is all cyclical. We'll see it change again. But the cycle this time is substantially longer. Typically, we see a 3-year cycle. Well, this has been going on 6 years plus. So I think we're nearing the end of that cycle where landlords will be coming back to us who had opted out of the program and say, please send me your households because we have a vacancy issue. That is not today.
And for the public, just a reminder, this is out Stearns County, but outside the city of St. Cloud too. So
Correct.
sometimes people think that means it's all St. Cloud. Your numbers are outside of the city of St. Cloud.
Correct.
Throughout the rest of
Madam Chair. Yep.
Thank you.
Just a couple more statistics. So households non-elderly with children make up 41% of the households that we serve. Elderly, no children make up 24% of the households that we serve. And non-elderly, no children make up 13% of the households that we serve.
Would you mind saying those again, please?
Sure. Non-elderly with children make up 41% of the households that we serve in the county. Elderly, no children, 24% of the households. Non-elderly, no children, 13% of the households we serve.
Are you starting to see any elderly with children?
I do have that
Because
number.
there are obviously a number of grandparents who are.
Elderly with children, disabled, elderly with children, non-disabled, very small percentage, 1%.
Okay.
Last statistic I'll share with you is the median, or the age of the members in the household. 29% of the individuals living in a household are age 6 to 17. So majority of the households that we serve in this county have children. And then the next statistic, last statistic, 29% of the households that we serve are households that include members 18 to 50 years old. So with that, I am open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, Commissioner Bertram?
Madam Chair, one, please share that information with us. I see you have slides or.
Certainly.
You know, share that, because that is interesting. And two, the concern, obviously, as you hear me at the HRA board, is affordable housing is always geared towards, you know, income affordability. I mean, we have a housing crisis that's beyond that. I mean, the people can't find houses or apartments to live in communities. So, and of course, these are a lot of resources. I'd also like to see like the last 5 years of what the budget was, how that's, you say it's cyclical. I'm just curious what the cyclicalness of that is. You say $400 when you started 6 years ago per housing unit to what it is today. And then what was the levy over that period of time as well then? Because the levy, I mean, again, I think most folks understand this, is right in your property taxes, that it's an HRA levy that's right on there. And what is that gonna, on average, what's that going to look like from what it was? And maybe Randy can help with this, but, you know, was it, $75 on the average or whatever? And is it gonna be $125 next year, or what's that gonna look like, Randy?
Yeah,
Or do you know?
I don't have a
Mr.
breakdown, but
Schweifels.
525,000 is not a very big number for the part they do. They levy everything but the city of St. Cloud. And, you know, the 73,000, I would imagine that's like $1 per statement, something like that.
Okay.
Businesses, it might be $1.50, right?
Okay.
And these are obviously programs. I mean, I have, as you know, I share your concern about what we're doing about the rest of the housing and needs the broader affordability, but Section 8 and HUD buildings have very specific parameters. I'm wondering, you probably got a chart that goes back even further because we saw some changes, you know, the other way around when the housing stock fell. So it'd be interesting if you have. Commissioner Nutch.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And you know, part of the levy, though, too, is also administrative costs. You know, we're not talking all the levy dollars gets pushed out in the community. Part of it's to operate the program.
Correct, yeah. We're looking on average, you know, every year, the agency itself subsidizes the program itself because HUD doesn't provide enough administrative dollars to cover those costs. So last year, our agency contributed $74,000 to cover the administrative costs of the program, specifically the Section 8 program.
So then,
ahead,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair, so when you say you subsidize that, where does that money come from?
The agency itself owns and manages 78 rental apartments throughout Stearns County.
Okay,
And so the proceeds from those operations are then used to subsidize the Section 8 program.
so then what would you say has been your average increase in rents
Ours,
Yeah.
5% or less,
per year?
yes. And our rents are substantially below the fair market rents as published by HUD for Stearns County.
Commissioner
Not to get
No, you're
deep in the
fine.
weeds, so that your rents, I mean, do you create, what am I saying, accounts for repairs and stuff like that, you know, sinking funds, I guess they're called?
Yeah, in our term, it's reserve and replacements. So we set aside reserve and replacements as required for each of our properties to cover maintenance. Just as an FYI, 3 years ago, I reached out and submitted an application to Minnesota Housing to rehab our entire portfolio. As of 3 weeks ago, we started the last 20 units in our portfolio, and then our portfolio will be 100% rehabbed. And our average rents are probably in that $734 a month range for a 2-bedroom unit.
No, it's not.
And then if I can ask one more question, so what would you say is the average term of a tenant, and what would you guess is the cost to get the unit ready again for the next tenant?
Mr. Ford.
The average term of a Section 8 household is 13 months. The average cost to turn that unit at the end of their term is closer to $2,200 per unit.
Okay, thank you.
What's the average length of stay that people are renting for? I mean, after that, sometimes if somebody's been in for 10 years, it needs more. Sometimes you get somebody who isn't as quite as responsible as you might want.
I don't have that number off the top of my head. What we see a lot happen is the HUD regulation is pretty clear. If we provide them with a voucher, they have to use that voucher for 1 year within Stearns County. After 1 year, if they request a tenant-based voucher, we have to issue them that tenant-based voucher, and they can port to any other agency that would accept them.
Right, thank you. Commissioner Bertram.
Going backwards, but on that, which was interesting for me to learn, there's an awful lot of non-Stearns County residents that we continue to manage, because if they move to Duluth or someplace, if they don't, is porting the word, if either they don't apply for porting or the other agency doesn't accept them, we continue to manage them.
Correct. We've had one from a city in California that we've been managing for 14 years.
And
a
so,
long
Madam
time.
Chair, when you say 13 months, how does that, the average, so 14 years is obviously way above average.
Correct.
And that's in that management versus somebody living in Stearns County for that long. I mean, there are some people who just stay here too.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
And the
long time.
reason why this tenant that's living in California now that we're still managing, that comes out of our funds, the reason being is that agency in California doesn't have the funds to absorb that voucher. And that's what we're finding quite a bit over the last 3 years is other agencies are saying, no, we can't absorb that voucher, therefore you still have to administer it, even though they're not living within our jurisdiction.
Be interested to know some more stats on that. Commissioner Bertram and then Commissioner
And
Persky.
obviously, again, we have no control of that.
Right.
We're mandated to do that. And tell me that we say no to vouchers that come from California to Minnesota.
Yes, where we have the funds where we don't need to say no. So if they want to come here to our jurisdiction from another jurisdiction, we will absorb that voucher.
Isn't $2,200 for getting the unit ready for the next, isn't that high?
It is.
And so what's the reason for that, damage?
Yeah, substantial damage. Holes in doors, holes in walls, flooring, cigarette burns in flooring, even though we're a
And that's
non-smoking
why I was
facility.
asking for some data on that, like how long is it, but, I keep thinking about like, well, use St. John's since they're here. Sometimes the students there that have rented for 1 year do substantial damage and it's very high. And then if you contrast that with somebody maybe who's a tenant for 10 years and they move out, it might be fine, but the carpet's now old and everything, right?
But it's interesting, Madam Chair, unfortunately, I mean, we're providing housing, we're providing subsidies, and then we have to deal with that. I can guarantee you that if I would rent, I'd be grateful and it would be cleaner than when I came. But it's another societal reality, unfortunate, in my opinion.
Commissioner Persky.
Yeah, Neil, I appreciate the work you're doing. Looking at support for rent, this is just about rent for apartments, is this correct? Or that
Correct.
We're looking at. I was recently at a meeting with mobile home constituents and owners, and it involved Sartell, St. Joe, Cold Springs, St. Cloud, a couple of metro communities. And the rent at these mobile home parks have seen drastic increases from the area of around $300 locally. We're up around $500 to $600. In Stewartville, they just got a notice they're at $514. Any new resident is going to have to pay $895 to come into that community. Is there any way that these folks can get any relief? Because what is happening is what we saw as affordable housing in these mobile home parks are becoming unaffordable housing. A good number of these people are on fixed income, retirement, Social Security, disability, or whatever it is. And now they have seen their rents double in 5 years, 6 years, and of course their checks have not. Is there any relief for folks in mobile home parks?
Mr. Fortier.
The only relief that's available to them is if the owner of the land is willing to sell that land to the renters of the mobile home park.
Right.
Commissioner Persky.
Yeah, and I understand supposedly in statute that when they do change hands, they're supposed to be given that option at least to provide it to it, but that's not always been the case. But it's disheartening to see, because we see more and more corporations actually from out of state purchasing these mobile home parks in the state of Minnesota, in Stearns County, and basically they have those people held in that mobile home park, making those drastic amounts.
Yeah,
We're all at rents.
Commissioner Persky, Madam Chair, there's a mobile home park in Stearns County that the city would love for the members of that park to purchase it from the landowner. The landowner is not willing to sell. The landowner is in a very good position. They are receiving the highest per lot rents that they've ever received, and they're not willing. Minnesota Housing has a substantial sum of money that's available, but the requirement is that the renter has to own the land underneath their unit, and the unit has to be on a permanent foundation. If they meet those two requirements, then there's funding available from Minnesota Housing. But we all know that landowners today are not willing to sell.
So sobering information. You do have a request in front of us. I'm looking for a motion to adopt the resolution for the levy for the HRA.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Persky. Is there a second?
I won't second it. I want to question that. If you get a
Okay, after there's a
second.
second?
Okay, well, second
Okay,
that.
there's a motion, a second. Thank you, Commissioner Persky.
So
Commissioner
what
Linsmeyer.
happens if it doesn't pass? I mean, another situation where there's only one answer and it's yes. Well, this program, all these programs really were well-intended and reasonably well-designed going in. But we and anybody else that's involved have lost control. And control isn't even an imperative if the damn things work, and they don't. This is frustrating, and I don't see any solutions on the horizon. We just keep approving this, and we don't make it better. We just allow it to continue to live. What do? Hold your nose and vote.
Yeah, I know you've brought up before too about what are the different communities doing, what's their part in this. It's an ongoing, it's a tricky one, and we're gonna get to our housing trust fund in a moment too, which makes the opportunities bigger and even some of those challenges bigger. Okay, seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Did you get a second?
Yes,
Okay.
aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Schweifels?
Commissioner Lenzmeyer,
Nay.
Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Persky,
Aye.
Commissioner Notch,
Aye.
Commissioner Clark,
Aye.
passes 4-1.
Thank you.
For the record, Madam Chair, I did hold my nose.
Right. No, it's hard.
Yeah,
It's
there's
hard
no
to start.
fix it out there, you know?
And well, in some ways, this is a good example too of cost shifting, right? It's a federal program, but they're putting more and more on the locals and
And it's
there's-
easy, it's
right.
easy,
Go ahead, Commissioner Lenzmeyer.
yeah, it's easy to complain about landlords and so forth, but the expenses keep going up, you know? And, you know, there's no way to control that, but anyway,
And there's certainly on the Section 8, Commissioner Lenzmeyer, I don't think you'd disagree with this. It's kind of the way the free market works too. It's just like my values of my house have gone up, even though I don't get to reap anything from that, unfortunately, yet.
some of these, yeah,
Maybe someday.
Some of these projects were undesirable locations back in the day when they were created, and now they're prime opportunities there to convert the use. And all the regulations make a developer or an owner or whatever wish they never lived. They try to get out of that, but I digress. I'll spare you the
Sure.
complaint.
Sure. Well, I'm going to keep us moving, mostly because of the way the rest of our day looks, unless there's something burning. We've got, I think it's mostly a technical fix on our next item. Mr.
geez.
Fortier,
No,
do you want to, Dr. Williams, do you want
I
to?
certainly can, Madam Chair. Yes, you had the ordinance that created the Housing Trust Fund really it says within it that the HRA will levy the $200,000. And earlier in the year, we talked about that, and we wanted to make sure that that was levied over the entire county, not just over over the, because the normal HRA levy excludes the city of St. Cloud. We intended for this all along to be countywide, including the city of St. Cloud. We didn't need to change the ordinance. We have approval from the Department of Revenue to levy it countywide and through the HRA, but it does need to be approved by the board. So I think we're administering this, or you will, if you approve this, we're doing it how we meant to in the very beginning and didn't have to change the ordinance. Perhaps we'll clarify that ordinance in
Right,
in
so
the
it's
future.
really a clarification, since this is to be countywide. The levy also would be countywide, not borne by part of the county, just like the benefit would go to potentially countywide. Commissioner Bertram.
And the expectation would continue to be that there's going to be a participation by the entity with the HRA, because that was kind of a big part of what we approved was, so it's going to be assessed to the entire county, but the entire county potentially can also be a participant if they cooperate if
Wherever the
they
community,
have some skin in the game.
Commissioner Bertram, Madam Chair.
Dr. Williams.
Yes, the ordinance doesn't require well, it does actually require it.
Right.
We don't say how much particularly, but it does require there be participation by local government. And yes, projects can be anywhere in the county.
And then just to clarify, the only thing we're doing today, we're not changing any of our requirements and all the things that we're working on with that board, what we are, and it's really good clarification. What this is saying that the resources that are coming in will be levied across the county, not from most, but not all of the county.
Madam Chair, if I may.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion. Can you hold on 1 second? We'll get a second, and then if you're willing to say anything more, we need a second.
Second.
Okay, great. We've got a motion, a second. Mr. Fortier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so we're clear, these are not HRA dollars.
Correct.
This is county dollars. The only involvement we have is administering the Housing Trust Program for the county.
Right, and the separate board, the Housing Trust Fund Board, will be working with you as the administrator, not the HRA board, even though we have wonderful participation from the HRA board on that. Yep.
Correct.
And I think, Madam Chair, just for
Commissioner
clarification, a
Bertram.
lot of people aren't clear. The HRA does operate totally independent of the county. So whatever the HRA does, we don't approve
Right,
or participate in that approval. That is final approval.
right. Yep. Our main thing is the levy. We approve the levy. All right, we have a motion and a second.
And the
Did you have
last thing on
something else?
Commissioner Lenzmeyer's point, the landlords are the least of our problems in this whole
Yeah.
program. It's
All
not the
right.
They get
landlords.
blamed, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think we heard anybody blaming them today, but that's okay. All right, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor of passing the resolution, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign.
Aye.
On the Housing Trust Fund one?
God, I'm channeling Jeff
No,
Mergen.
wait, okay, wait, this is just to make sure you know, this is just essentially a technical fix because we've previously
Yeah.
passed it. All right, so Randy,
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Schweifel, so-
What other device or what other way can we express, hey, damn thing don't work?
right, but this one's us, and this is just us doing a tech, this isn't,
Yeah.
just so, just,
You
okay,
can-
you can vote against it.
You
I'm
can
trying-
take me to happy hour and I won't agree with program.
No, I
Well,
just
that's how
wasn't,
bad it is.
I just wasn't sure go ahead, let's take the vote.
Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Persky.
Aye.
Commissioner Knott.
Aye.
Commissioner Lenzmeyer,
Nah,
Commissioner Clark,
Aye.
passes 4-1.
All right, thank you. All right, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Moving on to the discussion of the 2025 preliminary budget and tax levy.
I see it's on the screen, but
And thank you to IT and to Janet for fixing the screen so others are able to see as well.
all right, yeah, we're going to talk about the 2025 proposed budget and bring you up to date about where we have that. You're going to hear from myself and Randy and Sarah, and then you're also going to get brief presentations from our Human Services Administrator, Sheriff, and County Engineer on those three budgets. So, you have control over there, Sarah?
I sure do.
Good.
Advance it.
Welcome.
There we go.
So we all know the budget process, and we pretty much completed the top row there on that slide, and we're to the point on the lower left where the county board continues to review. The county board does need to adopt the preliminary levy by the end of September, which means your next regularly scheduled board, it's regularly scheduled, but it's on the 23rd now rather than a Tuesday. So you'll need to do that. And then, of course, you have until you need to adopt the final budget to make any changes to that budget that you desire. You just cannot raise the levy above what you've approved for the preliminary levy. We do all this with our county mission statement in mind, of course, and I always boil down the mission of exceptional public services to assure safe, healthy, vibrant county for all to just a few words that we try to make people's lives better. And I also firmly believe if we follow those five values, are gonna provide value to to the people of the county. The things we're keeping in mind as we moved this budget ahead was, of course, preparing a budget that you will approve and keep the tax rate as low as possible, while also looking so we don't put ourselves in any kind of a bind on for future budgets. You'll see in this budget, we're going to use a fair amount of fund balance, but we have strong fund balances. And it's also, we're recommending using less fund balance than we did last year. We did review a small amount of the fee structure this year. And you know where we are with debt. We have no debt. And you'll see within this budget that we're proposing to lower that, what previously was the debt levy. And of course, we want to keep our bond rating strong. And also, as you all know, we have no bargaining agreements with our employees established yet for 2025. In the infrastructure area, you're going to see a record amount of road construction in this budget, although a good chunk of that is Town Line Road, which is really a pass-through. It's not a county facility. And you all know we're gearing up for the sales tax referendum with a lot of outreach. We should have that schedule out for you, early. We have a new park master plan, and we have some new park land, so we'll be tending to that. And the broadband program should be coming to a slow closure here anyway. We've spent most of the dollars, got a few areas left that we want to get covered. We should learn about the 2 applications we have into the state for border funds this month. In technology, we pay great attention to cybersecurity, and fortunately haven't had any major issues with that. And we do have as several large technology projects going on right now. Organizationally, you're going to see in this, again, we have no labor contracts. We're going to begin negotiations this month. And you're going to see another person, a new social work position. And Melissa will talk about that when she gives her presentation as well. And last in public safety, earlier you've seen the dispatch center plan, and we're continuing to try to make those hires and increase the staff level there and inch that on to the levy. So we're using some public safety funds for that. And then you approved some use of the public safety funds even today with the imaging, and we'll continue to implement that plan that was presented to you some time ago. And of course, we always work with AMC and NACO to hopefully impact legislation that's going to affect the county. So now we can look at some numbers, and you've seen some of these previously. This shows an 11% increase in expenditures. It's skewed a bit if you take the highway construction out, which we've done in the past to give a more of a feel for what our operating change is. That increase is more like a 5.1% in the budget you're going to see today. And here's the early or late in July. Well, if you go way back to December, you can see what you adopted for the budget for this year, for 2024. Then you see the requested, which was 102, almost 103 million. And then where we are today with a recommended budget levy of almost $97 million, which is a 4.1% increase. So in July, you were looking at I think it was a 10 point something percent increase. And then we brought it back. The last time you saw it was at a 7% increase. And now you'll see the changes we've made has it down to a 4.1% increase in the levy. And here you just see the trends in the levy. You can see, I think, shown moderate increases over the years since 2017 is what you have in front of you here. In each of those years, I believe the tax rate has actually gone down, And you'll see a slide on that later, that we have not necessarily captured the growth in the market value. This is just spending by fund, and again, you're gonna hear from Melissa about the Human Services Fund, you're gonna hear from Jody about the Road and Bridge and Highway Construction Fund, and you're gonna hear from the sheriff, from Steve, about his department, which is the bulk of the general fund. And then I think I'm gonna hand it over to Sarah.
Sounds good. Good morning, Commissioner. Sarah Utsch, Finance Director in the Auditor Treasurer's Office. The slide before you has the expenditure breakdown, and this is all expenditures combined and then breaking it down kind of by classification. So you can see the majority of the expenses at the county are in personnel. Services, supplies, and capital outlay make up the rest, and all of that is totaled to that $210 million that we talked about a couple slides ago. So that's expenses, including road construction. So the road construction is within the services line up above. So if you're wondering why does services look like it's up 17%, that 12.5 million is really where we have those road construction things. And then within capital outlay, that large increase is the IT items that we have within the project fund, which you'll recall is about $780,000 that we're using of project fund dollars towards IT projects. Some of the main drivers for 2025's budget, non-election year has a savings associated with it. So every year there's a major election, and then presidential would be even more than that. We see our expenditures swing up. As you just heard, the Housing Trust Fund is a separate levy that was just approved. And prior to that, last year, it was within the county's levy dollars. Third, sales tax for the Justice Center staff. This was highlighted in your executive memo, but this is a way for us to kind of reduce the levy a little bit by using the staff time that's going to be highly dedicated to the Justice Center. That can be used, sales tax dollars can be used to repay some of those staffing time. The other items are kind of things that have happened this year. A lot of them are fairly common that we do. The reducing the capital levy is 1.5 million. As you may recall, in the past, our debt service levy had been at 3.2 million for several years. Last year, we repurposed that 3.2 million when we became debt-free to capital. And this year, we are reducing that by 1.5 million down to 1.7 just to help with the levy increase being proposed. One thing we feel necessary to highlight is the rise of service agreements, and this has to do with IT. So as the information technology environment expands, it is more common for us to enter into software as a service type agreements where we're entering into subscription-based things where we're subscribing to certain softwares and then we pay an annual subscription fee rather than buying a big software up front and then not paying annual dues for that. So this is just kind of showing the way of the world as far as moving more to annual cost for softwares and less to owning the software. As part of 2025, departments requested a total of 5 full-time equivalent positions to be added to the budget. Those are listed here in the middle in the position. And what is within the budget before you today as the recommended budget would be the administration position, the human services position, which is funded by state and local funding, and then the IT position, which is over the support desk or the help desk. That we're looking to fund starting at half of a year to kind of save that $40,000 in levy dollars. And then the other 2 proposed, environmental services and parks, we're looking to hold off on funding those into a future year in order to keep the levy dollars lower. Whoa. Outside agencies, this is spelled out for you in your executive summary as well. These are all the outside agencies that we put forward within the budget. And if you look at the 2024 column to the 2025 proposed budget in front of you today, you'll notice that only 3-4 of them have increases. All the rest are staying the same. And the 4 with the increases are the Ag Society, which we did have a discussion about increasing that $5,000 a few months ago. the Historical Society, Soil and Water, and then the Regional Radio Board. And all of those are fairly minimal increases with cuts from what they proposed in most cases.
Could you highlight the Historical Society again, what
Yeah.
we're recommending there?
Yep, so the Historical Society requested $745,500, and you can see we reduced that about $15,000. And the reason for that reduction is they have a 10-year loan that the county loaned out to them. I think it was a $100,000 loan that was supposed to be repaid over 10 years, and it's at 0% interest. And so our thought from the Budget Committee perspective was, let's cut their annual amount that they have budgeted to repay us, and let's use general fund levy to just pay off that loan to ourselves. So you will see that in an upcoming slide on the use of fund balance. It's about $60,700 that they still owe the county. We're looking to, in essence, write that off. Turning for just a moment here, I know Jody has her own presentation, so I won't go over this, but this is more the funding sources or the revenue that's going to pay for all the construction plans that have been put before you. Town Line Road has been talked about is within the local government section and also within some of the other areas up above. The main highlight there is the county levy amount. That's the levy amount that's going to be put toward road construction, and that did go down $145,000. So that's a little bit of a reduction to the levy. Still very healthy road program year with the sales tax going a long way. Use of fund balance. These are the areas we're looking to use fund balance for. As I just mentioned, that $60,700 is to repay ourselves from the Historical Society loan. Within Human Services, we're looking to not necessarily cut or change operations, but just to use some of their existing fund balance to help fund that in order to buffer the amount of the levy increase for this year. Highway construction projects, that use of fund balance is primarily your local option sales tax and a little bit of wheelage tax that we've accumulated over the years, and now we're looking to use for the current time. The next two line items there talk about the project fund. As you'll recall, we've talked about that a few times over the last couple months. There's about $4.1 million in there, and we're looking to just use some of that for IT projects. And then lastly, offsetting all of those uses, we're looking to add to our capital projects fund balance by $1.7 million. Previously was 3.2 we'd been doing that with. I think the last slide I'm bringing to you today would be these fund balances. Now, fund balance is a snapshot in time, I will remind you, and each of those ones with asterisks are for operating funds and our capital projects. Those are the amount as of the end of 2023, which is our most recent audited year. Our fund balance policy wants us to be between 35 and 50% of expenses. And as you can see, as a snapshot at the end of 2023, we're looking healthy in all four funds. Project fund is 4.1 million, and ARP, as we've talked about, is dwindling down as we allocate those expenses. Turn it over to Randy.
So this is the county tax rate. A couple things to remember on taxes this year. We have a new property tax system, and then utilities. So we're seeing more of the state assessed properties being challenged. So I know we have a couple of those settlements in here, but I believe there's a couple more to go. And also some of the legislative changes did hit our tax base some too. So and I'll go over those. But that being said, our tax rate went down from 40.1 to 39.8. So this is some of the new base that's been added. New construction of almost $225 million. And then decertification of TIF districts. When that decertification happens, then that money goes to pay the general taxes. And there's, I know, a big one in St. Cloud, and then Eden Valley and other places also have that. So the third line down, the tax from those sources is over $1 million, and that makes up about 27% of the levy came from this new tax base. So one of the big changes is the change in residential homestead exclusion. This is a change that we were promoting. It hasn't been changed since 2012, so it was due for a change. So the homestead exclusion is the reduction in the value of your property, so it reduces the taxable value all the way up to $413,000. Now, they raised that amount from $30,000 to $38,000, and also when it totally phases out to $517,000. So that certainly affects tax base. It's a welcome relief for the taxpayers though also. So the dollar amount impact on that, the market value loss in that first table on the left there, $256 million, which is about 2.25% of tax base. And then the change on the right, assuming no change in the owner, in the value, the taxpayer would see a $37 increase because of that change. So the other change that happened is the agriculture property tiers. So there's two tiers. The first tier was up to just over $2 million at 0.5%, and then it would go to 1% after that. So that ag tier then now went up to $3.5 million at that tier, and then over the 3.5, you're going back to the 1%. So, and the effect of that is, as you can see in this table, based on the value of your property, what that savings is, and that $2,693 savings, if that property is over that, that stays because you're taking advantage of that larger tier at 0.5%, where the homestead exclusion, that kind of vanishes as you go up. This change will remain in effect for those with higher values. So this table is showing the effect of the the county tax rate change. It's not assuming any change in valuation, so it's not supposed to reflect what we're seeing out there. It's just showing changing in the county tax rate causes this kind of reduction. So the next one is based on the average increase in these major property types and what their change is. The residential, the second line down, is close to the average of the residential homestead property value at $268,000. And so they would see almost a $2 decrease or 0.18% decrease in their tax, even with the 3.5% increase. And then the rest, you can see the changes there. You know, the ag, we have some low values on there, and I think that's something we have to probably change, but I'm not able to find an average yet on that. But anyway, as the higher values come about, they'll also see a reduction because of that change. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mike.
Thanks, Manny. As we look at the 2025 recommended budget and what this means for 2026 is really just a couple of unknowns. As I said earlier, we'll start negotiations with all the bargaining units this month. We typically will come to a 3-year agreement. So if pattern stays the same, once we come to an agreement, we'll know those costs going forward to 2028 through 2028. We are showing confidence with this budget that the sales tax referendum is going to pass. As you notice, we've built in the $650,000 used to pay back staff that will be spending lots of time on that, and reducing that capital levy, which previously was the debt levy. You know, at the time we were leaving that even at a higher level than we really needed to pay back our annual payments, because we thought we might need to use property taxes to pay for the jail and justice center. And again, showing confidence that that's going to pass, we've recommended reducing that levy considerably again. The last item on this slide I'll highlight is that, and as you all know, the ARP dollars, we need to have them committed by the end of this year and spent by the end of 2026. So the numbers, excuse me, the 11% increase, again, includes highway construction, which includes 9 or is it $10 million in expenditures? $10 million for Ton Line Road. So the resulting, the levy that you see in this packet is just over 4% increase with it, as Randy showed us, a tax capacity increase of 4.7%. So the tax rate is going to drop again this year. The next steps in this process is at your next meeting, you will need to adopt the preliminary levy. Then you have until the end of December to adopt the final budget, which currently your last meeting in December is planned for December 17th, and the Truth and Taxation hearing is set for December 3rd. So as I said earlier, we're going to have the department directors from the Sheriff's Department, the Highway Department, and the Human Services Department get into their budgets a little bit as the three largest budgets that impact the total budget. We're going to go, I think we're doing Sheriff and Highway and Human Services in that order.
Okay,
Good morning, Commissioners.
good morning.
So just a really quick recap on the Sheriff's Office. I'm sure you're all well aware, but we are a every day of the year operation. We are starting to see some trends where some sheriff's offices that are smaller than us, obviously, that can't find staffing, are not providing 24-hour coverage anymore, and some of our local police departments actually here, even in the county, are not always providing 24-hour service along with the state patrol. So we end up taking on those functions a lot in the middle of the night. So we patrol about 1,400 square miles of the county. Our agency by itself has answered about 23,000 actual calls for service. There's a lot more that goes into that, but those are actual calls that we respond to. We obviously provide support to the local police departments, fire departments, at our contracted cities. We provide the court and billing facilities, security down on this side of the county. And then obviously a lot of peripheral things like gun permits, our civil process division, warrants unit, our co-responder program, our Ignite program in the jail for programming with the inmates, and our victim assistance, to name a few of just a few of the things that we do. And then, of course, we provide dispatch services for 13 police departments, the 18 fire departments that are out there, and 5 ambulance companies. And obviously, our dispatch center is pretty busy. So just a recap, also a reminder on our revenue descriptions. The stuff that we get funding for, police state aid kind of goes up and down depending on the year, but that's a given. Training reimbursement from the state, as they mandate more training for us, we have to stretch that a little thinner. They're not necessarily always giving us more money for the more mandated training that's coming in, but we make it work. And then grants, state grants for the Water Patrol, DWI officers, school resource officers, a federal grant, the victim specialist was a grant, snowmobile and ATV enforcement are all sources of revenue. And then we also charge for some of our services, whether it's contracting cities, overtime for events that are occurring, our civil process and records fees, and if we had any jail boarding of inmates, which, as you know, going through this extensive process, we are not doing that, but there is the possibility that could be a revenue source. So revenues will be increasing a little bit in the next year, mostly due to, unfortunately, handing down some increases to the cities we contract, the school resource officers. We have to keep pace with our staff's wages and those type of things. And we haven't really increased those in years, so we are sending a little bit of an increase on to others. Our DWI grant, we are not seeking that out this year, mostly because of staffing. We just don't have the staff to actually staff that particular position. The state would really like us to, because we've been a top performer in that particular area when we've had the grant, but that won't probably be getting renewed this year, but we'll look at it again for next year if we can get staffing back. Our COPS grant, which is our school resource officer, and then our victim specialist grants are all ending in 2025. Our jail parenting program inside the jail has been successful. We've had very good attendance with our inmates attending that and graduating. That we did receive a little bit of an increase in federal funding, and if you remember, that's kind of a combination with us, Hennepin County, Minnesota Department of Health, all providing these, or providing that program. And then, as I said, the slight increase in the revenue for the school resource officers. This is just a bar graph, basically. As you can see, dispatches are our smallest expense in typical. They don't have a lot of equipment or overhead costs. Capital outlay typically isn't a lot for them if we're not adding new stations and that type of thing. Patrol and then jail all have a slight increase, as you can see, from 24 to 25. Patrol dispatch and the fleet expenses, some of the major drivers of that increase are the increase in overtime, and I'll go back to the staffing. At times, we have to bring in other staff to cover shifts because of just staffing issues. This past weekend on Saturday night, for instance, we had 2 deputies working the whole county on the overnight shift due to scheduling a little bit, but also somebody unexpectedly calls in sick or what have you, puts us in a bind sometimes. So, and then specialty pay adjustments. IT agreements, those you'll see an increase. And there's another slide coming up, but there's a little bit of an overlap in some of our agreements with that. We did take on this TASER agreement, which we used to lease. But ultimately, in the long run, it was more economical to lease these as far as getting rotational equipment and the latest trends and that type of thing. Certainly not a piece of equipment we want to take away from our officers in the force continuum. TASER is one of the things that we obviously use and can save us in the long run. So we didn't want to end that program, so we went to leasing. We did take some of that one-time public safety funding as we presented to you in January and use that for 2024, but we'll have to take that over in 2025. And then our squad cars, we had talked about that as the one-time public safety funding. That has caught us back up. Production is just enough where we're getting the cars in place. We were on a waiting list for a long time. There's still agencies that are waiting for squad cars, but as production is caught up, we've been able to go out and purchase those. We were able to also get a small robot and some night vision equipment for our SWAT team. E911 funds, we've discussed this before. Those are generated by fees added to basically everybody's cellular or home hard phone lines, anybody that still has some of those. So there are some restricted uses of those funds under Minnesota law. But we generate, as you can see, about $530,000 in revenue from that. Those funds end up paying for the phone bills for the dispatch center, both hard lines, and we are one of the few dispatch centers that has text in 911, so we do have to maintain a couple of actual cell phones and that type of thing. All CAD maintenance, the computer-aided dispatch maintenance, our RAVE paging system, which we obviously use for emergencies for staff and fire departments, and as does emergency management for public safety notices. And then some new technology that is being paid for by E911 to the dispatch center. And that new technology consists of the priority dispatch software that will provide pre-arrival instruction for EMS, fire, and police, and it really standardizes the questions and response. So if it's really hectic down there, we're making sure that dispatch isn't missing some key component to a call, an overdose or a fire call or something like that. So that'll be implemented coming up here. The Lumen phone system is an upgrade that we knew was going to be coming, so that just was an upgrade to our phone system, but also provided software that tracks all the training of our dispatch. We seem to be in a constant state of training with the dispatch, just as we hire new ones. It's we want them to do it right. We don't want to skip on that. So it tracks the training and the scheduling of all the communication staff, and then training of our new staff and the ongoing trainings that they maintain to keep their certifications up, whether it's EMR for first responder type, certifications that they use when they're answering phone calls. And then we entered into that pilot project that we're in the second half of the year for mental health check-ins. So we're paying for that out of E911 funds. And now, while that isn't necessarily written in the state law, the EMS board allowed us to do that. And it sounds like they will write that into the 2025 state law, so it'll be a usable allocation of money. So, excuse me. So switching to our jail division, some major drivers of increases there. And stuff that we kind of expected, personnel step increases through union contract negotiated items we knew was going to be coming. There was going to be an increase in the out-of-pocket or out-of-county housing. Most counties have increased that in the last year from $65 a day to $75 a day, including the 3 counties that we currently are using, Benton, Crow Wing, and Wright County. So we knew there'd be an increase in that. We have every intention and a goal of bringing back those inmates, and a slow process here over the kind of fall and winter. So hopefully we'll be seeing some differences in that. But that is also going to be kind of staffing dependent. But there's obviously transport costs that go with that. And then the increase in the healthcare provider, we knew that was coming from Centricare. They gave us fair warning that there'd be an increase in that. And that relates to just supplies and their, obviously their overhead and their staff that are currently assigned to our jail as our healthcare provider. But they've been an excellent partner and really is a key component in making a transition from somebody coming into booking maybe who's been seen here in the local area. We have access to medical records and ongoing care when they come in, but also when we do an exit plan for them, we can get them continuing on down the road with local providers. So. And just to recap for the one-time public safety funding, it came to you guys, we were awarded this in December 23, came to you and with approval in January of 24, and some of these one-time funds are offsetting some of the budget as we discussed the TASER agreement, squad car replacement, and the dispatch staffing study recommendations to hire 5. I put in there that we're not here yet because as we hire 1 or 2, we end up losing 1 or 2 because of the training or they're not making it. It's a very, if you've been down there, sat down there, it's a very multitasking thing, and we're probably busier than some other counties. So we're constantly, seems like we're recruiting and training, but we're not at the point where we've even started to hire, which I was hoping to by now in the summer of 24, to be hiring some of those 5 that we had recommended for this year and into next year. So we're a little bit behind on the schedule as far as the one-time public safety funding, but the good thing is that money is there when we get to that point. So with that, I will leave it if you have any questions. Otherwise, I can turn it over to, I think Melissa's up next. I tried to come in here and really have it be boring.
You did you got through a lot of territory very quickly, and please thank your deputies, your broader staff. I mean, you're juggling lots of things, and I know we all appreciate it. And this is really helpful information as we're going forward.
Yep, and as you know, you can always reach out to me.
Yes, we appreciate your accessibility.
If you have a question on any of this stuff, so. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Welcome.
Right. Good morning, Melissa Huberty. I'm the Human Services Administrator, and I'm going to do a high-level overview of the 2025 Human Services budget. So first, I just thought I'd do an overview of how we budget because we do track this very closely, and the Human Services budget is extremely complex, as I think all commissioners know at this point. But we do track what's actually going on year to year. And we are adjusting and very nimble with our budget because grants are coming in and out and start and stopping at different times of the year. And we're very involved with the legislature every year so that we can anticipate generally what, at a very high level, what the legislature is going to do so that we can anticipate those revenue changes. We always add new revenue sources as they come along and eliminate them when they end. We certainly incorporate our performance measures. It's important to note that we plan as a department overall rather than in silos, and we're always working to keep that county levy at a minimum. So the total budget for human services in 2025 is anticipated to be just less than $69 million, I guess. Each division here is broken out by how much county levy dollars it takes for each division. There are actually 6 divisions in human services. The Finance and Technology division is not on this graph because they support the entire department, and so those expenses are proportionally included in this graph. So overall, less than 50% of the Human Services budget is covered by local tax levy, and you can see on this graph exactly, generally how each of the divisions are appropriated. So With the Finance and Children's Division, that's the top line there, nearly all the levy is related to personnel costs and from out-of-home placement and their associated costs, as well as supervised visits for the vendors, drug testing for the parents. And you'll see later in a slide that we actually reduced our county levy by just less than $1 million in that area because of all the prevention activities that we're doing that have been highly successful. Community corrections, actually that formula changed in 2024. That was nice of the legislature to finally start to catch up on that. We're now receiving about 1.3 million more than we did, so about $4 million for community corrections, which helps offset their total levy cost. For adult and disability services, you'll see that nearly all of the levy part of that is mental health commitments, of which we don't have always 100% of control over, but also withholds at hospitals. Public assistance is our gateway division, and you can see that child support's also in that line item, and it's about 35% of salaries that are not covered by federal, state, and local offsets, and county burials are also in that line item. With Public Health Division, most of their activities are covered by grants, even though we have a 50% match. All right, here's a look at the Human Services budgets since 2020. You can see that 2020 was a COVID year, the first COVID year. So before that, it was higher, but you can see we kind of flatlined during COVID. That's because of the stay-at-home mandates, less eyes on children. Children were not in school. So, and you'll see in a minute here that one of the major budget drivers is out-of-home placement with Human Services. And when you don't have eyes on children and adults and the elderly and the seniors, there's a lot less services that are going out the door. So we kind of flatlined there, and then we rebounded in 2024. And you can see that the costs went up between 2024 and 2025. But actually, when costs go up in human services, revenues actually also go up. And so we actually have a slightly lower county tax levy burden anticipated in 2025. All right, the main drivers of the human services budget in Stearns County and in every county, I think, in the state are these three things. And I think I think my PowerPoint turned into a different language, so there's a typo up here that happened after I submitted it. But personnel costs are always number one, and out-of-home placements number two, and mental health commitments are number three. All right, the total number of human services staff is just over 400 staff in the department from 6 divisions, and the true personnel costs include salary, benefits, equipment, space, and software. This is about just over $54 million in 2025 for just over 400 staff. And over 55% is covered by federal, state, and grant funding. And as we mentioned already, wages and health insurance are yet to be negotiated, and so that's yet to be seen. So the next big line item, the budget driver, is out-of-home placements. You can see here that it's about just less than $6.7 million for 2025. And as I said, we reduced this budget by just less than $1 million because of our prevention activities. The Juvenile Community Action Team, along with our Parent Support Outreach Program, that is the FTE that we're asking for in this next budget, which is fully funded by grant funding for the next 3 years and anticipated to have federal funding by Title IV-E funding thereafter. And we'll monitor to make sure that happens. But we're asking for an FTE because these activities with these staff actually do a lot of prevention, and they save a lot of taxpayer dollars by preventing the worst to happen where you're paying the most deep-end services. So those are a lot of wraparound services we do with children. And note that only 10% of these activities are covered by federal, state, and grant funding. So it's particularly important to focus in on prevention activities in this area because it's almost entirely county taxpayer dollars, and very expensive. Mental health commitments is the next biggest driver, the mental health commitments are when people are forced to go to treatment inpatient in a hospital against their will, and it's generally a taxpayer-funded activity. We did decrease the budget in 2024 because of our prevention activities, again, on the adult side. The Community Action Team, very effective in both preventing people that don't need to go to the hospital from from doing so, and then also working with people who are in the hospitals to get them out of the hospitals. So we've been very effective. However, in 2024, just after we did our budget for 2024, we reduced our budget in that area, and then the state came out with their rates, and they increased their rates by nearly 30%. So while we are generally doing really, really well with commitments, they're not increasing for across the board at all. We're paying a lot more for the people that are getting services. It's also important to note here, you may recall that the legislature, the year before last, I believe it was, put a hiatus on on counties paying for mentally ill and dangerous folks. We're in the second year of that right now. But the minute they did that, they increased the rates so high that it was basically a cost shift to counties anyway. However, with our prevention activities and our community action team, we've actually been doing pretty well in that area. So we were able to actually manage it even with that nearly, I think it was like a 26% hike in rates, almost 30%, I think it was. And in fact, the rates for this next year to be at Anoka State Hospital, it's currently now $2,320 a day for one person. It's astronomically expensive. And 100% of that is covered by county tax levy. All right. So in summary, the budget of the Human Services budget is extremely complex. We have numerous funding streams that are starting and stopping at all times. We have unexpected things happening to us regularly. The legislature generally does something that's complex for us to unpack for a number of years. So we generally stay very nimble with the budget. And after having been in this for a number of years, we're getting pretty good at anticipating at a high level what might happen to us, but the unexpected happens to us a lot. So it's also important to note that 92% of all activities that we do in the Human Services Department are mandates by either the state or the federal government. The other side of it are those activities that I've referenced, the Juvenile Community Action Team, the Community Action Team, the Parent Support Outreach Program activities where we're trying to get up further upstream because it simply is better for families and children by reducing trauma, and it saves taxpayer dollars. It's better business on top of it. So in the department, you know, in Human Services, we are nearly 100% of the time seeing people when they are not on their best day. And so what we're doing is, particularly coming out of COVID, we've had a substantial increase of substance use, mental health issues in both children and adults. And so the types of cases in which we're seeing in the department are much more complex than they ever were in the entire 30 years that I've been in Human Services. So, but the department has been functioning really, really well in addressing these really hard issues by both constituents as well as their family members and our community, and trying to get further upstream with a lot of success. So with that, I'm available for questions.
We appreciate your availability as well as your different department heads. And just for those who are listening to this, when Ms. Huberty is talking about 92% are mandates, they're also some of the most expensive mandates,
Yes.
like the commitments, et cetera. We're going to continue to work as we are statewide to have the state fully pay for those because it is a lot on our levy.
Yes.
Commissioner Bertram.
Madam Chair, as I continue to learn the budgets of all these departments and everything, it is, again, an unfortunate point in reality of the cost of what services we do provide and how they have increased, including burials. I mean, there's a lot
Correct.
of people that had no idea when I first started seeing the invoices, and I questioned what that was for. And then I've kind of mentally just kept track of the burials. I mean, it blows my mind of how many burials we really end up doing. And again, society as a whole don't understand that we're doing that. And again, the need of that and what do we do and how much do we do of it. On page 24 or 48, I'm not sure which number to go by. I think it's 47 maybe. You say true personnel costs, including salary, benefits, equipment, space, and software. With more and more people working at home, obviously space isn't an issue.
Correct. So that portion, and actually you can probably answer this question, that portion might actually be going down in Human Services. That's a smaller portion. Really, the salaries and health insurance are our biggest part of personnel, but we include the whole continuum. And I think Sarah makes me pay for a lot of stuff by a flat rate, don't you, Sarah?
Yes, so we take the.
She has ways.
Yes, she has ways.
Yeah.
It rubs off.
I do take the the square footage of each of the facilities that Human Services occupies, and I do a square footage allocation for the service center and this building. And so the square footage that they occupy maybe hasn't necessarily gone down because it's still dedicated to them, even if they're not in every day. And so the way we do that at the county is I take that total, allocate it to them, and they're able to receive some federal and state reimbursement for use of the space, whereas other departments, such as the rest of us, don't necessarily have an offsetting revenue to help pay for the county facility that we occupy.
Okay, and then, Madam Chair, the equipment part of that, I assume staff have laptops like we have, and so if they're in the office, they have their laptop. If they're at home, they have the laptop.
Correct.
We're not providing equipment duplicate
No,
for the most part.
man. No, I don't know what you mean by duplicative, unless you
There'd
mean
be
a
one here
screen.
and one
We're not
there.
having people carry their monitors in and out, but their laptops, yes.
Yep.
So there'll be a screen at home or screens at home and a screen, although for the most part, the people who are at home we're sharing monitors too, so.
Got it, thanks.
It's helpful to understand where our efficiencies are coming in
Yeah.
or what you're trying to do to bring down the cost to the taxpayers.
Yes,
Appreciate that.
Commissioner Bertram, to your point, during COVID, when everyone was sent home, we did use some CARES dollars back then, the federal funding that we got for COVID, to help issue each employee that was able to work from home one of these duplicate monitors, or two, depending on their position, to bring home. And so those that remained at home still have that device at home, but then when they come in, we have like hoteling space
Correct.
set up where they come to a station and sit down, and those are set up for them. So they don't have to carry that
Yeah.
piece of equipment back and forth.
Got it.
It is a lot. Like you said, it's complicated, and we're one of, 9 states that are
Something like that.
state systems, but they're county administered, and that has provided, we would argue, better service for residents, but it's also costs county taxpayers money that they're seeing in more than one place. One point we got a few years ago, a chart that showed public safety separated out from the budget. And I wonder if I brought this up last year. It'd be helpful to see it again for the public, because our corrections, actually the commitments, the child protection, there are components of vulnerable adults. There are components that are absolutely about the human being and their family, and they do have that public safety aspect, and it's just helpful for people to have that other way, even though I know we budget generally. So if you could give us something like that, or just be able to show it, that would be good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Persky.
Yeah, Melissa, I appreciate all the work your department does, working with folks, especially that have these special needs and maybe unfortunate situations can be trying. And I know, as you had mentioned, that post-COVID, we've seen maybe an increase in the number of situations that we have to deal with. However, I've had maybe within the last year and a half post-COVID, more people talk to me about issues that they're having with perhaps getting service, getting contacts, getting the right information, and maybe in the last 2 years that I had in all the other 6 years I had been. And so it seems to me maybe our shift or the reaction maybe has not necessarily been met. Yesterday, I was at a Labor Day picnic, and 3 individuals had come up to me asking about the county and about services in particular here downtown. And they were saying that, when we had services downtown, it was easier for folks, for example, Place of Hope, some of the folks in lower income housing or from even across the river from Lincoln Center, excuse me, and Salvation Army would come in, personally come in to see if we could get service. Are we providing that, or what's the plan at perhaps getting services where some of these folks, unfortunately, their levels might be very difficult to function. They don't know where to call. They don't know how to use a computer. They can't go online and get those services. Where do you think we might be with that?
Ms. Huberty.
Yes, I said where we might be in that as far as perhaps getting some walk-in service there.
Ms.
Madam Chair,
Huberty.
Commissioner Persky, I think you may be asking about whether or not there would be a hub downtown for,
Yeah.
for the folks who live nearest to this building particularly. I mean, Human Services did move out, like I think most every other department, to the service center. We have seen in person 16,000 people in the first part of this year. So there's a lot of people getting service out there. The other thing that changed during COVID is that most or many of the things that people want went virtual and can stay virtual. So most folks of the 45,000 people requiring, let's say, public assistance, almost all of that can be done online. Some folks struggle with that, of course. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to offer the service center, and then it's up to the county board if you want. I mean, what we'd need to do is staff up to, we probably have to add more staff in order to do another hub here.
Ms. Huberty, would you mind talking a little bit, though, about our homeless outreach workers and some of the community measures? Because it may be just in a
Yes.
different way that they're.
Yeah, certainly, we're doing a whole lot of, the Human Services Department has always worked mostly in the community. And so with our homelessness efforts, before COVID, folks experiencing homelessness typically did not come to this building because then you have to leave your belongings outside the front door and there was no place to leave them securely. So we did not see people experiencing homelessness here. Our outreach workers are out and still continue to be out working with that population. And that population generally does not want to come to this building anyway. I mean, you have to leave all of your belongings outside the front door before you come through security. This population doesn't like to do that. I can understand that, and that's why we do a lot of outreach for that community in that way, downtown still and in the whole region and the whole county. So.
And as you know, we both share this concern and how we are doing it. We know that your staff is working to adapt and in bringing up places across the river. It's hard too because there's two different counties across the river, and we still need to get the state to help us not have so many joint powers agreements, just to be able to help serve somebody who might get housing across the river. But they've been one of our clients, and so we appreciate. We want to continue to figure out how we're meeting people where they're at, including how we can reach them downtown.
Yeah. I think there's probably, I don't know if there's ever going to be a perfect way to handle that. When we were here mostly, then the concerns were always, how come you're not out in the western end? And how come you have not free parking? And there was millions of complaints about us being here. We're not getting those complaints. We might be getting different complaints. I don't know. So it's.
So this one is to be continued. We'll keep working on that. And I'm paying attention to the time, just knowing how many more hours we've got. If there's any follow-up, we might be wanting to follow up with you on some of that. You're really good about that. So please thank your staff. We know after a meeting that Commissioner Bertram and I had recently, we want to reinforce to the public how hard staff is working and what incredible volume there is. People don't know perhaps how hard people are working as well as that volume. So please thank people.
I agree with that, Commissioner. It's
know
a
you
very challenging field.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the one bright spot, Commissioner Clark, is that Melissa smiles no matter what, and that helps.
That is true.
Doesn't solve all the problems, but at least it makes it feel good.
That is true. And we're always looking for more solutions, and I also know that we appreciate your department leading with yes and trying to figure things out. All right, we're going to switch over to transportation, the highway department budget. Welcome.
That one. Thank you. Good morning, Jody Tyke, County Engineer. Today I'll give you a very quick overview of the Highway Department's budget and our whole process. So to understand why we spend the amount of money we do, I do want to go a little bit into our system. We oversee 967 centerline miles of road, and I'll explain why that's important in a little bit, the term centerline. Most of that is paved. We do have some gravel. We're working towards minimizing that amount of gravel. 123 bridges are on the county road system, but then we are also responsible for inspection, the annual bridge safety inspections on about 100 structures, mostly township. There are a few small city structures in there as well. When we're fully staffed, we have 61 staff at the highway department. So our funding sources or our revenue sources come from a variety of areas, and many of those can only be used on certain roads, and that's why I wanted to focus on this. Of our 967 miles, 643 of those are county state aid highway, and that's the count. They can be funded with the county's portion of the highway user tax distribution fund. And that's your gas tax, motor vehicle registration fees, some sales tax on auto parts, et cetera. The county state aid highway, or CSA, is broken up into 566 miles of regular, which is anything in a rural area or a city over 5,000, and then 77 miles of municipal CSA, which is anything in a city under 5,000. On top of that, we have 324 miles of county road. So I want to touch on center line miles, which is just the line on the map that shows the road, versus lane miles, because we do have quite a few center line miles that are 4 or 6 lane. Generally, those fall under the regular CSA because it's in a city over 5,000, or we do have a few county roads that are multi-lane highways as well. So I mentioned a variety of funding. Our county state aid highway funding, which is broken into both construction and maintenance funding. We have our wheelage tax, that's just a little over $1.4 million a year, and that's generally dedicated fully to our construction program. Our local option sales tax, which is used for very specific projects. The board designates those when they adopt the tax. County levy, of course, which is what you're probably most interested in today. We do have several miscellaneous fees. And then there's a lot of one-time funding. We were allocated a certain amount of ARPA funding back in 2021, all of which will be spent by the end of 2024. We get bridge bonding, and of course, that's specific to certain bridge replacements. Of course, federal grants, state grants, and then we partner with local agencies as well, so that also comes in as revenue during the specific year. So I'm just going through some of the revenues we have. Maintenance and operations revenues includes all of the department staff costs, all the wages. You can see that our largest drivers in our revenue area are the state aid funding, and some of that is from construction that goes toward engineering, and most of it is our state aid maintenance allocation. And then, of course, county levy is a big part of our maintenance and operations. You'll note that ARPA, we obviously have money we're spending in 2024, but that will all be allocated and spent by the end of this year. So that's the one area where we don't have any money where we did in 2024. No huge increases in any of these areas. It stays relatively stable. So construction revenues, and keep in mind, this is actual construction contract costs and any necessary right-of-way costs. Local option sales tax is clearly one of our biggest revenues. State aid certainly contributes quite a bit. Keep in mind that state aid revenues can only be spent on CSA routes. Wheelage tax can be spent on any highway purpose as defined by the state constitution. Local option sales tax is very project specific. Again, the board designated those projects. Other state funding, the huge spike, as has been mentioned a couple times before, is that Town Line Road project that is coming through the county highway department. We might be dedicating a little bit of staff time, but there's no actual dollars that we are expending on that. That is a combination. We have a $7.5 million state grant, and then we also are planning to get a $1.5 million federal grant. You can see our federal money goes up a little bit next year. As previously mentioned, our levy amount in the construction area is proposed to go down. And then other jurisdictions, again, that's partnering with cities where we have reconstruction projects. This will show you the highway department as a whole. So both areas, both construction and maintenance and operations, we combine those when we look at our budgets to try and get that overall levy. We want to minimize that increase as much as possible. You'll notice the biggest increase since 2013 was from 2023 to 2024. And we talked to you about that last year where we had been absorbing a lot of those salary costs, some of the increases in the materials costs. And we got to a point where to continue that same level of service, we did need to ask for that increase and not continue to hit our fund balance. And I don't think we hit our fund balance majorly, but we were little by little starting to hit that. And we had to do that when we had really bad winters. Fuel costs spiked. You know, it was something unexpected. We don't want to always budget for the worst case scenario because we don't think that would be fiscally responsible. So a little bit about where our levy increase request is coming from. In maintenance and operations, we are asking, actually, we requested an increase of about $331,600. That in that area is a 5.11% increase. In construction, we actually were able to decrease that by about 145,000. So overall, we're looking at almost a 2.1% increase for the highway department. Whenever we are preparing our budget, we look at what are the major drivers in our 2024, and I know we're not unique in that. Melissa specifically mentioned that as well. So material costs have started to level out for the most part. We also had a light winter from 2023 to 2024, so that did help us versus the prior winter where we had a significant amount of overtime in our maintenance division. Salt and fuel expenses were up. One thing to note, signal parts are, and those costs are increasing between the power for the signals, new pole designs. So as we have to start replacing some of those poles and do maintenance, some continue to increase. And I'll touch on it a little bit more later, but we share a person with the city of St. Cloud to manage all of the traffic signal systems, and he'll be retiring the end of 2025. So we are trying to gear up a little bit to train the county's electricians, send them through traffic signal certification. They're very good at the work, and we've got a great partnership with them thus far, but they may need to do a little bit more work, which we will have to cover those costs. We've had an open engineering technician position. It's a tough position to fill. There's a shortage of them throughout the state. I think any government agency will tell you they're having a hard time finding engineering technicians. So we are still using some of our design technicians to cover our construction inspection. So you'll see, and of course you approved on the consent agenda today, we are still having to have those consultant contracts. Much like engineering technicians, mechanics are also hard to find. We've had a couple of vacant positions. I will say as of today, all of our mechanic positions are filled. One is a work out of class opportunity for one of our maintenance workers, and we're excited about that to give internal candidates the opportunity to be promoted or expand their knowledge. And so some of that work has been outsourced, but as the machines and the equipment continue to get more complex, we may need to continue outsourcing a lot of that. And we're going to see what we need for supplies, and we'll be evaluating that probably about mid-year 2025 to look at that. So 2025, what we've proposed maintains our current level of service. There won't be any drastic improvements, but we feel we're going to continue to provide quality service to the public. I mentioned this last year. With the ARPA funding, we were able to do some new things. We had some contractor epoxy centerline striping on our roads. So starting in 2024, and now we're continuing it again in 2025, or we're proposing to, we're budgeting $200,000 every year, but we're only going to have a contract every other year so we can have a sizable contract and reduce that unit price and be able to get more work done. We wanted to do that so you don't have the every other year spikes in our expenses and therefore our levy requests. So you'll see that, and if you look very closely at a budget report, you might see that we have no expenditures in 2024, but that's because we plan to carry that over. We started doing contractor culvert replacements especially on our paved roads, and we started doing that with the ARPA funding that we received or were allocated in 2021. We want to continue doing that. Some centerline culverts are too large for the equipment we have, or they're very deep, and a contractor has the larger equipment and can do that more efficiently. So at the end of 2024, we will no longer have that ARPA funding, so that's been added into our budget, the full amount in our maintenance area. As I mentioned earlier, our traffic signal manager is retiring. We share this position with the city of St. Cloud. Through 2024, the county paid 35% of those personnel costs. We want this position to do a little bit more for the county, much like a lot of the work they're doing for the city. So our share will be getting raised to 50%. Blake is retiring the end of 2025, but we want at least a 2 to 3 month overlap so the new person could be taking in some of that knowledge. This is a City of St. Cloud position, but again, this is we share in those costs. Our overall equipment costs in 2025 are actually slightly down. I mean, not a huge amount, about $65,000, I believe is the amount, compared to 2024. This year it includes a new motor grader for 2025, so that's a significant expense. Again, we have 2 plow trucks. We're still catching up on those plow trucks. The industry has been behind. One thing you may see at a future meeting, we would ask the county board to approve a purchase order for our 2025 plow trucks, because even if we get told we need to cut a certain amount, we know we're not going to cut those plow trucks. We might cut the motor grader, some other equipment, or some other areas. We would ask for you to approve those purchase orders, because no money would be expended in 2025, but it would get us in on the cheaper prices and on the build of the chassis that we know we're going to want. So that's something just for future reference you may see.
Did you mean 2024?
We would ask you in 2024 for 2025.
But we won't expend any in 2024.
Correct, correct.
Jody, I had a little sticker shock. I saw that on the consent agenda on those chassis. But that's bare bones truck. That doesn't include the plows and the lighting and other things?
Correct. And that's for 2.
Right. So what does it cost additionally to equip the truck?
By the time the truck is fully equipped, we are looking at about $375,000. I would say 6 years ago, we were probably looking at $250,000 to $275,000. After COVID hit, not only was there delay, but the costs have gone up.
Madam Chair, we
Yes,
probably should show
Commissioner
Commissioner Persky the cost of combines and tractors for farmers.
Yeah, I was thinking about other
If it
costs.
can make you
that have
feel
gone
any
up.
better.
Next year, I'll add that to my presentation,
Sure.
so you'll feel much better about what I'm
We're
telling
going
you.
to start combining the ditches?
Or at least maybe our taxpayers will see that they're in line with those other expenses.
So under
They
the
might.
construction program, again, I can't hit this home enough, that does include $9 million of pass-through for a township project. We do have a large sales tax project year as well. Again, and I hate to bring this up, we have those XL Energy pole relocation costs, so that did impact the amount of state aid construction that we could do. And then we do have a relatively light resurfacing year. We've had some very heavy resurfacing years. We're shifting a little bit, some of those roads need to be reconstructed. We can't just keep replacing the pavement. We need to widen them. We need to do some safety improvements to them. So next year you will see a very light resurfacing year with only 2 projects. So as we're looking into the future, state aid funding increases, we are still seeing what the impacts of the 2023 legislative session are with some added funding in there. So we're still figuring it out. We're seeing the forecasts. We're trying to budget realistically, not too conservatively, but we don't want to budget recklessly. Obviously, our traffic signal management, we're going to be in a period of learning over the next few years with a new person in that position, and how much we use our facilities electricians who, as I've said, they do a great job on our signal work. Our road maintenance agreements will likely be changing. Some of the work is not getting done. Our pavements are failing sooner. And so we're in talks with all of those municipalities where we have those maintenance agreements. I've mentioned it a few times, we're maintaining our level of service. If we get to a point where we want to improve that level of service or do something a little bit different, we would have to look at staffing levels. And lastly, my favorite topic is always the environmental considerations. The local road wetland bank that mitigates those wetland impacts on your reconstruction projects for local road authorities. The legislature did not allocate money to that program last year. If they fail to, at some point, we may need to be buying those wetland credits for our reconstruction projects. The Monarch Butterfly Agreement, we think, will not cost us a significant amount, but we may be doing some additional seeding in the years leading up to that. And then just general permitting requirements that we've been seeing, they're increasing all the time. So with that, I know I rattled on a lot of information. I don't know if there are any questions.
Well, we very much appreciate it. We'll probably have a couple right now, and then I'm sure all of us will be getting back to you at some point. Commissioner Bertram.
Madam Chair, Jody, you say about 1,000 miles that you oversee. The sheriff, I know, said that they patrol 1,400. Obviously, the difference is the township roads I assume you've been an advocate and certainly a partner in working with the townships in securing funding for bridges and things like that. And again, that costs money, but it's a partnership that's well worth it because a lot of those townships can't afford to do that. On the bridge inspections, I had it in my head that you had to do all bridge inspections, even like state, federal, on the freeway. You don't do those. You only do the townships, county bridges.
Ms. Teig.
Correct. And some small cities, or there are cities like Waite Park that have one bridge, and it's not really worth it for a city to go through the extensive training for one bridge that gets inspected every 2 years. Sartell has 3 of them. So we do help out those cities as well with the small number of bridges, except that we do not. Sartell has a bike and ped bridge over the Mississippi, and that would be significantly more expensive and time consuming for us. And so we've said we would not inspect the Mississippi River Bridge for them, but we will inspect basically their box culverts that qualify as bridges. So all townships, a few small cities, and then county facilities.
And Madam Chair, my point was that's a very valuable partnership that again works for everybody, but yet there's a cost to that, so.
Absolutely.
And seeing the Excel, the poll movement, hoping your engineer colleagues and you are also talking about potential state changes to help mitigate costs for us with that. Just throwing it out there.
Yes, and at the local level as well, there'll be a public hearing on October 1st for the placement of those private easements. And I did have a conversation with Xcel Energy 2 weeks ago, I believe, at this point now, or about a week and a half ago, and I brought that up and talked about those extensive costs and basically that pushed back other construction for the county taxpayers, so.
Well, thank you. So Dr. Williams, what are our next steps?
And as you saw here, the levy in these proposed budgets is an increase of 4.1%. The next step in the process would be the county board adopting the preliminary levy on September 23rd. As staff, we are not planning a presentation at that time, or unless the board requests some type of information. This would be the dump today was the last dump on you about the budget. And once you take that action, then whatever information is wanted between then and final adoption, we can provide or have another session, whatever it is the board wants to do.
So just for all of us, and Jody, I apologize. I didn't also say, please thank your staff, because this is a lot of work. It's a lot of juggling and all those partnerships. But from a board standpoint, we can be reaching back out for additional questions. You've given us a lot of very thorough information that I think we will continue to absorb and ask. But from a public standpoint, know that you can email administration or us. You can reach out to your county commissioner. You can be mailing something if you've got a question. And then in December, we will be having that truth in budgeting. So just want to make sure everybody is hearing that there are multiple places and opportunities to hear. And I'll speak for myself. I appreciate the fact that the proposed levy, or the cap on the proposed levy, is down significantly from the last time we saw it, because that was definitely a sticker shock that none of us really, including all of you, would have been able to absorb.
And Madam Chair and members, if there's something you do want to see change between now and then, this would be a good time to discuss that, or of course you can make contacts in between.
Sounds good, Commissioner Bertrand.
Madam Chair, just a couple of observations. Randy said, some of what you based it on was no change in value. We know there's going to be a change in value. So, if that would be helpful, maybe just to kind of assume what that, we know what ag land went up the most. Again, I'm not looking for an answer now, but it just might help a little bit to say, okay, reality is we know there's going to be a change in value. Average, this is what it's going to be in farmland, residential, commercial, and then how does that 4.1% look with those change of values? Big picture. And again, I don't need that today, or unless you're ready for that.
Yeah,
there is
the trouble with,
Mr. Streifels.
We know there'll be some more homestead applications that come through, right? The state assessed ones are very difficult because They may change, they may not, they may change some. It's a crapshoot out there, right? So certainly we can keep you up to date, and I can dig more into the ag stuff and try to get some more numbers for you, if that would be helpful.
And what I'm looking for, Madam Chair, is, the 4.1%, not assuming no value to what that looks like with some value increase.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bertram, within the executive summary that was in the packet,
Yep.
there is a table that answers that question, maybe not in the detail you want, but if you take a look at that, it does give the average increase and with the proposed budget, what those would be.
And maybe you can help me
Yeah,
after the meeting, and
yeah.
tell me which page that's on.
There's actually two graphs. There's the one that I think
Has no change in
that has no change, which isn't really reality, as you're suggesting. And then the next one
Right.
does make an attempt to show what it would be with a normal change in
You
value.
can show me what
Yep.
page that is.
Right.
And then
Or
the other,
Slide 27,
27?
slide 27 of the presentation.
Oh, on the
And
presentation.
there's also some more in our packet. We can find
The
that for you later.
executive summary, yeah.
Yep.
And then just the last observation, again, this is my second budget. The use of the fund balance and the ARPA funds, that's all great, but it always kind of concerns me because it's kind of like basing your mortgage payment on, if you're gonna do an extra job or something, you base it on your primary income, you base it on nothing happening. It just concerns me that ARPA's gonna be gone, and then the fund balances one day, if you keep dipping into your savings, everything's great. And again, I still share with people that they don't, a lot of people that didn't know, and I certainly didn't know, that we're not in debt. And that is, I can tell you, admirable. And a lot of people are shocked by that, just like I was. So there is no debt. That's the good news. But we can't keep basing our budgets on ARPA money, obviously, anymore, and fund balances, because we need those fund balances. And again, nothing you don't know, but.
Right, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're proposing to use Human Services Fund. The project fund actually gets somewhat replenished on an annual basis. If we have a surplus in the general fund, then that feeds into the project fund. That's no guarantee that we're going to have that every year either, but typically it does.
Okay. Thank you. That's really very helpful. Commissioner Lensmeyer.
Yeah, and you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. No, we don't have any debt. But if you look at the last 10 years, in my tenure, that was the cheapest borrowing that was out there. Now it seems to be edging back up. And if you want to buy the projections of the gurus, maybe we won't get back to that, but it will continue to soften. So when I first got on the board, holy crap, the cost of money was astronomical.
Yeah,
So,
it's true.
yeah, it's been an adventure. Also, I've, was driven home to me at this meeting was I had forgotten that just because the coffee's available doesn't mean I can suck it all up. Boy, that hurt.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Commissioner Lensmeyer. And actually, I think you've done a pretty good job transitioning to issues by commissioner. So do you have anything else you want to make sure that you're saying as we're finishing up this part of our meeting, and then we'll adjourn and go to our work
No,
session?
the budget process, compared to back in the day, we actually know what's going on. I mean, it's if you find this frustrating and confusing, that's okay, but it used to be a lot worse.
Thank you. Good point. Commissioner Bertram.
Madam Chair, the only point would be that we're going to start our sales tax public sessions. I think I had it wrong, over exaggerated on CASM, and Steve had it a little underestimated. There's going to be 20 of them? Is that right?
Commissioner Bertram, I believe there's 22.
22.
Starting tonight we'll have a presence at Summertime by George tonight. But yeah, I think the number is 22.
And my question on that would be, are you anticipating, or can you give some feedback on those sessions? Just, it doesn't have to be, 5 pages, but like a paragraph overview, what did you hear? And again, my encouragement would be, 1, present information, and 2, listen for feedback, because I'm hearing a lot of feedback, and not bad feedback, good feedback, but I think that will be, because obviously none of us are going to go to all 22 sessions, none of us meaning the board. So that would be helpful, and staff won't be at every one of them either, all staff. So that might be helpful for staff and board members to learn what you're hearing and then where you're hearing it, because it's probably going to be a little different in different places. That might be helpful. So certainly present the information, but please listen and encourage participation.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Bertram. We're going to have 2 formats for some of these sessions. Sometimes we're going to give probably a 20, 25, maybe minute presentation and then have a question and answer. Others, we're just going to put the information out kind of in an open house format so we can interact one-on-one if that's how people might prefer and answer questions. So it's a great idea. We can summarize what we're hearing. We gave, I don't know, 6 or 8
half a dozen, yeah.
Presentations to employees, and they were pretty well attended. We did a couple virtually, and those were very well attended. And so that helped us prepare, actually, because we had a lot of good questions. In the end, I think there's mostly support for the sales tax, what we hear, but there are really good questions, and that was helpful. We're ready to answer.
Well, and given how many people chose to participate in the virtual, I recognize there may be, in addition to the face-to-face opportunities, an additional one. And for anybody who's listening who might be interested, you also taped one of them, so there's information that people can listen to online. So thank you for that. Very good feedback. Commissioner Notch.
Just a couple of quick things. Next Monday, I believe you guys all got the invite to County Extension Committee, the farm tour at the Eric Zervis Farm by Melrose. We'll be having our meeting, Commissioner Bertram and I, after that at 9 o'clock. So if you're available, you may want to come out and take the tour at 8:30. So that's available. And then a little thing on the RSVP, which last year was the first year we kind of, gave them a contribution. On September 11th, from 5 to 7 at Beaver Island, they will be honoring first responders at 6 o'clock. Any first responders will receive a slice of pizza from Toppers. So if anybody would like to, there'll be music and entertainment and stuff like that out at Beaver Island on the 11th.
That's great. Hope you're able to make that, Mr. First Responder.
I will try.
That's great.
That
What else?
is all I have for right now.
Okay, good. Commissioner Persky.
Just a couple things. Real quickly, school starts today, I think, for many schools. So we're going to see a lot of kids coming and going around school activity. We need people to be driving safe then, and then also as evening activities continue throughout the fall season and the rest of the year. And then we did have a park meeting on the new acquisition. I thought it was very well attended. Commissioner, you were there, and Commissioner Bertram were there, and I think it was very well received. I think Ben did a nice job talking about the park, and good feedback from folks, so looking forward to that park opening.
I agree. I was going to say shout out to Ben, to Mr. Anderson for his good work presenting and listening and taking feedback, and for all the many people who participated. For those of you who might be interested, the budget, part of the budget process, that in addition to us setting the levy and approving and making sure we understand it, also is something that helps us with building our legislative agenda. And we're going to be with AMC working on our statewide ones next week. So putting that out there for those of us who are able to be participating, followed by the transportation. Fly into DC. We take seriously the parts of our job too that's about advocacy. So want to thank you for that. And again, shout outs to all the teachers and staff who are going to make this school year great for our kids and grandkids and for our communities. Pardon? And the bus drivers, yes. The bus drivers are really important. So Commissioner Notch, for those of you who don't know, he is both a first responder and a bus driver in addition to many other things. So Thank you for that as well. And with that, we are adjourned. And we will have a